All right. What is up, YouTube? Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the show. It is Refresh Day in the Valley. We got a lot to cover today. I'm going to go grab that new bamboo real quick while we're discussing the refresh. So we got a new Spring Floating Festival. The things you can do right now, there's one new item you can pick up here, which is this new topiary. It's like a horse topiary thing. You can give the capybara flowers. It wants different flowers each day. There's a memory that'll tell you. Today is sunflowers, by the way, if you don't want to bother with the memory. And you will need to collect 20 of these little green bamboos. And then you can just bring some wood and you'll get the item for this. Right now I have 18, so we'll have it in a minute. I've been collecting it today while I worked on the video. But yeah, it tells you right here. You need 20 springy bamboo, 99 hardwood, 99 softwood. And then you can repair this. I love this. This is so perfect for my valley. A little, like, spring bamboo, like, water spout. So cool. I am obsessed with this thing. It's going to be all over the place in my valley. I'm going to put, like, 1,000,000 of these everywhere. So, yeah, love this. So we're going to get that pretty soon here. And there's some fun items. More stuff will, be unlocked as time goes on. So, you can kind of see, You can kind of see some of the items here. There's like the gardener's apron, a new lily pad and symbol frog, the cheerful garden gnome, and a new umbrella. Yippee. I'm not a big fan of umbrellas, but, cool. So, yeah, I'm very excited for the bamboo fountain. Should have that soon. Yeah, you can get the rearing stallion topiary today. In addition to that, great premium shop lineup today. Love the new stuff. Now, this new Tatooine house comes with a desert sand path. I think they should have just put that in here with the Tatooine decor set because it's more affordable. And I feel like, you should get the sand with this. They definitely put the sand with the house just to kind of force more people to buy it, I think. I think that was the play there. I get it. I respect the hustle. But it is kind of sad that to get this new sand path, you gotta, buy a 4,000 moonstone house. 3,750, but you get the point. Either way, the house is cool. I do like the house a lot, and I'll buy any and all Star Wars stuff they put in the game. Like, I'll happily take anything Star Wars related. I'm a big sucker for Star Wars stuff, so of course I picked this up. But yeah, when you buy this, you get 1,000 of each of the new paths, and it's really nice. I really hope they add, like, a grass texture path eventually, so we can do our own grass in areas that may not have some. But I would love more natural path like this. I would absolutely love to see more natural path like this. I really hope they add that in. But this is a good start. Very excited about this desert sand path. Might be one of my favorite things in this bundle. But, I like the rest of the stuff, too. The Tatooine land speeder. Very cool. Caroline Rose, thank you for the membership, my friend. And let's see. We have the Tatooine market stall. Moisture Vaporator. Then we have this new Tatooine wall. Very cool. And, of course, we have a new Dreamsnap challenge. It's called Desert Haven. Dress and decorate to channel the wonders of the desert. Oh, there's more in the shop, too, by the way. We'll go back to that in a second. Golden dunes, cactus flowers, and blue skies, whether it's sunset, midnight, or noon. There's beauty in the swirling sands. So, very fun challenge. Another kind of nature-inspired challenge, but this time setting the environment for the desert. And I've got some cool example builds prepared. One I've been working on today. The other one we're going to work on the back half of this stream. We're going to build another example. And then that way, when I do the guide for this theme tomorrow, you guys will have some, good examples to play off of if you're interested, or if you're looking for different ideas on how to approach the challenge. We will get into that as well. Now, on the desert topic, we got another couple of really fun desert items. There's the Fennec Fox. I haven't picked him up yet, but I do like him. He's got a huge head. Look at how big. His head is bigger than our head. Like, this thing is, like, comically large head. But he is very cute. I'll probably get him. And then what I really like in the shop here is we have these swirling sandstorms. These are beautiful. They actually have like little gold speckles throughout them. And you can walk right through them. They don't obstruct movement. You can pass right through them. So pretty fun there. This one's very tall. This one is a little bit shorter. But these are very cool. These are very cool new animated items. I love animated items. Very good for Dreamsnaps. Good utility. Good this week, too, if you want to use them. But there's so many good desert items in the game. You really don't have to have this. you know, totally optional, totally optional. Of course, you know, we still have the other Star Wars stuff in the shop. The lightsaber is back. If you do not have this lightsaber, I highly recommend it because the lightsaber comes with like 4 different poses, which makes it extremely good utility-wise. And it's like, you know, I hope they add more swords, like maybe a sword that's not a lightsaber, but with the same poses, so we can do like medieval snaps that way. Maybe one day, but for now we can always use the lightsaber. Most people forgive it, even if it's not a Star Wars theme, if you want to use the lightsaber poses. The Anakin Skywalker Jedi Ensemble is back. Very cool, very cool. And then we got some more desert stuff. The Agrabah walls are back, so if you're going to go the Aladdin and Jasmine route, highly recommend these walls. I'm kind of surprised the Desert Palace is not back, because a lot of people don't have the Desert Palace. It's a 3,000 Moonstone house, and it's really good for this week. But, yeah, the Cozy Wood and Wicker house is here. You know, the Desert Oasis well, the Cactus house. But the reason I'm surprised the Desert Palace is not back is because you can make a really cool build with the Agrabah walls, Aladdin and Jasmine's house, and the Desert Palace. If you put them together, you can make your own little Agrabah palace, and it looks really good. We'll showcase that today when we get into when we get into the theme a bit more. What are the poses? I can show you. Yeah, if you haven't seen them, Breezy, I can show you what the lightsaber poses are real quick. I think you can also see them in the shop. I think if we click on the lightsaber, we can... Yeah, we can see them here. So there's this one, this one, this one, and then there's the standard. There's one where you just hold it. So yeah, there's this side stance, this one with the hand extended, top stance, and this one. So you get these 4 poses, and then there's a pose just kind of holding it as well, just the default style. But yeah, this is a very, very good item to have. I think it's the best accessory in the game just because of how much utility it has. Yeah, I always forget about the, I used to always forget about the pose viewing options in the shop. It's kind of new. I mean, it's been there for a few updates, so it's easy to forget about it. It hasn't always been a thing. So, all right, let's head out of here. Let me leave this event. Okay. All right. Kind of happy I saved 3,000 Moonstones last week, but, well, now I'll have to think about what I actually want to get and what I cannot. I don't have any of the older stuff either. Yeah, if you're a newer player and there's, like, a lot of newer, or a lot of returning stuff, it can be tough. It can be tough for newer players because there's so many good items in the game. So, it can be hard to decide what you're going to pick up, what you're going to pass on. Ghost, hello, Ghost Girl. Welcome back, welcome back. Freddy, good to see you as well. Freddy said, nice shirt, nice hair. Well, aren't you just the nicest, Freddy? Freddy's always dropping the love on the stream. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Snap said, I finally got Luke's outfit this week. Luke's outfit? You mean Anakin's? I've been missing it since last year. That cloak would have come in handy. Yeah, I think you're referring to Anakin's fit here. But yeah, the cloak is really nice. The cloak is awesome. Great back piece, great back piece. You also get the Anakin Padawan hairstyle, which is a very fun little hairstyle. I usually pick up anything that offers hairstyles just because I love having more options when it comes to hair. It's just nice to be able to customize your player. Skull said, I've been playing for about a year now. Nice, nice. Should I get the outfit? That depends on you, Mammy. If it's something you think you would use, I do recommend it. The cape can actually go with so many different things. So, if you do pick up the outfit, the cape that comes with the Anakin outfit works with way more than just this outfit. You can put it on with so many different things, so I really like the cape. The shoes are also really nice just by themselves. But yeah, the Jedi robes are just so cool. Like, this is so cool. So, I really like it, but, you know, if you're not, like, a huge fan of Star Wars, or if you don't see yourself using the cape, then, you know, you don't absolutely have to get it. It's totally, you know, just like all stuff in the premium shop, very optional. But I do think it's one of those, you know, sets that's very much worth getting. And if you don't get it now, you'll probably, I mean, you could pin it if you're not sure. But it probably won't be back until May of next year. They usually bring the Star Wars stuff out around May. So you might be waiting for a while if you don't pick it up. Actually, question for you. I've had the Reflection of China Bundle House pin for like 3 weeks now. Is it worth it? It looks like the house is really big. So I have a Mulan-themed valley. I have like an Eastern-themed valley. So, of course, for me, it's definitely worth it. Any Eastern Asian house is going to, any kind of Eastern architecture is going to be a big yes for me. So whether or not you want to get it is up to you, but it does come with some pillars, a wallpaper, a floor. So you get a good bit with this house. And it's beautiful at night. So I like it because anytime, you know, when we had the architecture Dreamsnap challenge, it's also beautiful with the lights on. Like, look at this thing. It's got really nice, intricate detail. I think it's one of the more beautiful houses in the game. So in my opinion, it's absolutely worth it. But yeah, I like it a lot. So ultimately, you know, when people ask me if something is worth it, that's going to depend. You know, is it something you would use? If you don't see yourself using something like that, or if you're not too interested in the Eastern architecture stuff, then, I mean, you can totally pass on it. It's just comes down to whether or not, you know, it's a good fit for your builds. You know, since I have a Mulan-style valley, of course, any kind of blossom trees, cherry blossoms, any kind of, you know, like even the multiplayer portal from that bundle we had at the beginning of spring or last update, you know, the Wandering Moon House, the Garden Temples, the Magnolia Walls, like for me, all that stuff is worth it. But if it's not something you really see yourself using, I could totally see, you know, passing on it. Just depends on, you know, what you like. How do people get high-resolution snaps? Is it a graphic setting that makes the pictures look so clear? Autumn Sweater, it depends on your platform. So it's going to take a picture of how it looks in your game. So, you know, if you're on, like, Switch, you're going to have the low-resolution graphics. That's going to be the photo you take. If you're on PS5 or Xbox One, Xbox Series X or S or PC, you know, like you can, like I can set my graphic settings to ultra, and, you know, it gets even more crisp. So, for example, and unfortunately, you know, if you're on console, you can't change your graphic settings, because you see, the thing about PCs are a spectrum. There are older PCs with older graphics cards and less RAM that aren't going to be able to handle ultra settings. So for those, that's why, you know, you can change your settings on a PC, because not all PCs are equal. So in order for this game to function on PC, they have to give you different graphic presets. Actually, we could take it even higher. We can go to ultra high. Yeah, there we go. Now look at how crisp the shadows are. See how they were kind of pixelated earlier? Now they're extra crispy. So, yeah, if I bring the graphics up even more, it'll get, you know, really pretty. So, if you're on Switch, you know, you are on PC, yeah, you can, so if you want your pictures, you know, depending on what your PC specs are and what it can support, so let me give you an example. Let me give you an example here. If I go into my settings and I set my graphics to very low, my game's going to look like this. So if I take a picture like this and save it to my gallery, I like how my avatar still looks really crispy though. So if I save this to my gallery, you know, this is just going to be the way the picture is, because it was saved under these settings. So now, if I go back and I'm running PC Ultra High, it's going to look totally different. So those vases that we saw, they were very pixelated with the low graphics. So now we take the same picture, but with the ultra graphics, we save this to the gallery. And aside from that, Autumn, it's going to also come down to your time of day and your lighting. So it's not just the graphics. Time of day, lighting, weather, all of that affects how sharp and clear your photo is. And you also want to learn your camera tool. So, you know, when a photo is a little hazy or foggy, you know, making sure you boost highlight, boost saturation, you get your settings just right, it can look a lot better. But yeah, as far as the graphics go, if we look at the photo gallery, the two pictures we just took, This is the same photo taken in the same place. This is low graphics, and this is ultra high. So it'll work the same. It'll work the same, you know, with Dreamsnaps. It'll just, but that doesn't mean you can't get 4K on a Switch. You just need to be careful with how you build your snap and make sure you get the best beauty quality out of you can. There's a ton of people that get 4K each week, you know, playing on Switch as well. Mammy says I have mine on Ultra. Yeah, Ultra High is, yeah, definitely the most beautiful for sure. I mean, it's a beautiful game. It's a beautiful game, but depending on your platform, you know, not every platform is going to be able to support, you know, the higher end graphics and resolution for sure. And that's really only going to matter if you're on PC, because you can't really adjust your graphics otherwise. Just be aware that, you know, depending on what kind of graphics processing unit you have, you know, setting things to ultra high, if your PC's not built for that, you know, you could cause the game to crash. You could end up having a lot of lag, but you could always set it for ultra high just when you take your photo. You know, you can set things up and then you can go ultra high and snap your photo if you want. You know, but at the end of the day, there's not a huge difference between like medium and ultra high in terms of photo quality. So I want to show you that too. So right now we're on ultra high, but if we go medium, this still looks really good. This is just medium. This is like 4 tiers lower, but let's save this to the gallery too. And we're going to save it next to the ultra high. So if you're playing on medium graphics, you're not going to get you're not going to see a big difference in Dreamsnap performance if you switch to ultra high. That's not going to be like an automatic, oh my God, I'm going to get 4K now. It's all going to come down to how you make your photo and how, you know, you handle composition, what kind of lighting you're using, your time of day, your composition, all that stuff is going to be very important. Because as you can see, you know, medium versus ultra quality, these are not too different, right? So this is medium. Or sorry, I think, yeah, this is medium here. And this is ultra. The only difference you can really see, look at these vases. You see how pixelated the details on the vases are? When we go to ultra, now we have very fine detail on the vase. But that's it, really. I mean, at the end of the day, they're practically the same photo. And they would rank about the same. These, you know, this one's not going to perform way better just because of graphics. So if you're playing on medium graphics, you're already going to have great resolution there. But I will say, you know, the game just genuinely looks so much better in ultra. It looks really good. So if you can run the game in ultra high, I definitely would, because it's beautiful. It's a beautiful experience. Okay. Whoop. One second. Let me pull this up too. All right. So I get the sense from seeing Cozy Dreams Patrol that some voters wanted to see bedroom build based on photos and descriptions, and some voters wanted to see a dream based on text and discussion of the theme. I think Sunshine, yeah, like always, it comes down to what kind of voter you get. I mean, I ranked right around where I expected to. You know, just as usual, around the 1,000 rank. So, like we discussed with this challenge, and like we discussed, I saw a bunch of people say they only voted for indoor bedroom builds because everything else was off theme. That's not true. That's not true. And now I'll believe you that people said that, but that's not what most voters did, Black Knight. That is not even close to what most voters did. Almost everybody that did the same style snap as I did got their 4K. So you can say, oh, you know, I didn't get 4K because I didn't make a bedroom. Well, how do you explain my 4K and everybody else's 4K? You know what I mean? It's easy to make excuses when you don't get the performance you were hoping for, and to have some kind of blame, like to say, oh, well, I didn't get 4K because, you know, voters wanted this more than this. But that wouldn't explain how this photo got the same rank that I typically get, and why so many other people that did exactly what I did here also got 4K. Ultimately, when it comes to how you perform, it's going to come down to what you pop up against. I've been trying to tell you guys, and I feel like people just shrug this off because it's not happening to them. People just like brush it off and they're like, oh, whatever, senpai. But I've been telling you guys every single week Dreamsnaps is getting more competitive. And I also tell you every single week that you have no control over what you pop up against, and that there are a lot of talented Snap players out there now. I also tell you every single week that only the top 4%, it used to be the top 7.5%, but now it's only the top 4% get 4K. So it is harder than ever to get 4K. And when people don't get the rank they want to get, it's very easy to just like have a bunch of different reasons why that happened, instead of saying, I popped up against photos that beat me. That's what you have to realize. If you didn't get 4K, I mean, and it could just be unlucky, but you popped up against photos that you didn't beat. Now, people weren't looking for just a bedroom or just a dream. As I state every week, you need both theme and beauty. And ultimately, it's going to come down to what you're up against. If you pop up against really good photos, if you have the unfortunate luck of popping up against a lot of really good photos consistently, then you could end up getting 1200 even with a snap that otherwise would have gotten 4K. It can happen to me, it can happen to you, it can happen to anybody. And the reverse is also possible. So the reverse can happen, where you can do a snap that's not that good, and then it ends up getting 4K because it popped up against a bunch of selfies. And there's plenty of examples of this online. The theme photos? No, everything we did, Sunshine, matches the theme in the description. If you watch my weekly breakdown videos, I always cover everything in the theme. So let's read what Cozy Dream says. The sun is down and it's time for bed. Time to get cozy and capture a glowing moment filled with calm. Decorate and dress a scene from your favorite peaceful dream. So both a bedroom and a dream scene work, which is why we see those examples right here. As I stated, if you do a dream scene, you want to include a bed. Look at the middle photo. That's an exact reference point for what we're discussing. And then we look at this one and we have a bedroom, and we look at this one and we have a bedroom. So, and if we look at the top snaps, we have a dream scene with a bed. We have a bedroom with a dream happening in the room with Tinkerbell. And then we have another indoor-outdoor build. Now, I also want to show you some results from Facebook. So let's pull up my Facebook and look at what kind of results people got. One of my friends here got rank 11. Rank 11. Okay. And it's a full dream scene. Full dream. No walls. They have a bed right here. There's no walls. There's the Cinderella Castle, which I mentioned a lot. There's Casita. And then there's this, I think, Goofy's house right here. They also did another thing I mentioned, which is using dioramas to hint at memories in your dreams. Which a lot of people, even though I advised that, a lot of people didn't do it. Which I think works very well for the dreamscape scene. So this gets rank 11. And then we have tons of other photos of dream scenes that got 4K. So here's one, another one. So for you guys that are saying, oh, you know, voters, you know, you had to have, you just had to have a bedroom or you weren't going to get 4K. That's not true. Beyblade here, they get 4K pretty much every week, just as consistent as I do. Once again, they got 4K. And they did pretty much exactly what I did. They highlighted a bed. They highlighted a beautiful dream. They had a great beauty factor. Now, you could do something similar, and you could not get 4K. Or potentially, for Beyblade, they could have missed 4K this week if they popped up against things that were able to beat them. That's why when you build your snap, you want to prepare for the worst. You want to prepare, and Hope. We had Hope completely change her snap. She had an indoor-outdoor bedroom build that wasn't very strong. So she pivoted, and she ended up embracing the Cinderella Castle and the Crystal. 4K. 4K here. So another example. There are plenty of examples from this week. At the end of the day, it's competitive, guys. There are thousands of good players out here. Here's another one right here. Another 4K. Bed right here. No bedroom. So you can't just make a blanket statement and say, oh, well, all the voters wanted this. Just because you see some people online saying, I didn't vote for pictures that didn't have a bedroom. Why are we trusting random people on the internet and acting like they speak for all voters, guys? What are we doing? Like, honestly, what are we doing? We know what voters like. We know. Voters like theme and beauty. And anybody on Facebook or Reddit or Instagram that says, well, if you didn't have a bedroom, you weren't on theme, they are not the majority. Clearly, they are not the majority. And they're wrong. They're just straight up incorrect. Literally, the demonstration photo shows this. It's right here in front of you. It's right in front of your face. It shows a bed and a dream. Now, you can also do a bedroom, but as we discussed, you're going to get an even stronger beauty element from a dream, which works over well. Ultimately, how you perform, as I've said probably a million times, but it's not getting through to some people, it's going to come down to what you pop up against. And when you don't get the results you're hoping for, you should not just act like it's a huge failure. I see people getting 1,500 and they're like super bummed out. Dude, if you got 1,500, you beat 80% of all snaps. You bested 120,000 players. Sure, it's not 4K, but it's not that far. It's not that far from 4K, and it did perform well. If you get 2,500, that actually would have been 4K 6 months ago, but they shrunk the bracket. So now, 4K is only 4%, and I keep stressing that to people. Dreamsnaps is more competitive than ever. 96 out of 100 players will not get 4K. Only 4 out of 100 will. So, and more people are getting good at Dreamsnaps. At the end of the day, whether you build a bedroom or a dream, it just needs to be beautiful. And it needs to have some kind of dream element. Which is why when we look here, this one has very little of a dream element. They also don't have much character lighting on the character here. But it's a beautiful bedroom with the gold walls. And they used the very popular items from the Bell bundle, like the beautiful bed we discussed. They have a cute motif down here. Now, I do think this one is far more beautiful. And this one is far more beautiful. But ultimately, it depends on what you pop up against to get here. So if you pop up against the right things, a snap that, could have missed out on 4K can end up in the top ranks. You, me, and everyone else playing, we have absolutely zero control over what we pop up against and what kind of voters we receive. So at the end of the day, the best way to play it is to prepare for the worst. Prepare to pop up against the best possible snaps and make your snap as beautiful as possible. And even in doing so, you won't always succeed. I've had a really, really good track record with Dreamsnaps, but every once in a while, I'm bound to miss. It's going to happen. I'm not the best of the best of the best. I'm not the best Dreamsnaps creator ever. And if I fail to get 4K, my first thought is never going to be, well, Dreamsnaps must be broken, or I guess my picture just didn't get any visibility, or I guess, no voters liked my concept. No, I'm going to be honest, And I'm going to say, you know what? I tried. I made a beautiful photo, but man, I must have popped up against some real good players this week. You know, because I'm not the best in the world. And otherwise, if every time you fail to get 4K, if your instant thought is like, it can't be my fault, it can't be that my picture wasn't the most beautiful ever, well, that's not a healthy way of looking at it. I know it's frustrating to not get 4K, but there are really talented players out there, you guys. And what we see when we vote, especially near the end of the week, more good photos start to pop up against other good photos. This is how they figure out who's going to be in the top ranks. And when that starts to happen, if you are unlucky, you could pop up against some of the best Dream Snaps out there. And vice versa. You could pop up against the ones that are on the lower end of the bracket and then find yourself at rank 2 or 3. That's why you shouldn't put too much stock into where you land in 4K. You should just focus on landing in 4K, because you can wake up any week in the top 3. As long as you did the theme and you made a beautiful photo, any week you can wake up in the top 3. And I said that when I got into the top 3 twice. I was like, you know, I got fortunate this week. I got fortunate with what I popped up against. I didn't just assume my Dream Snap was the second best in the entire world. I still don't. I had a good run because I made a beautiful snap, and it consistently popped up against snaps that it could outcompete. So, on the flip side, if I make a really good snap and it doesn't get the results I hope for, I look at it and I say, well, I popped up against snaps I couldn't beat. You know, I wonder what I can do to improve. But, you know, saying, oh, everybody wanted to see bedrooms, I guess that's it. Then explain all the snaps that got 4K that just had a bed, and explain the demonstration photo literally showing that. You know what I mean? So it's easy to make excuses. It's harder to admit that there are people out there that can beat you sometimes. But you have to admit that. I have to admit that. You guys are insanely talented. You know, there are a lot of people here whose snaps I think are better than mine. And I hope that I don't pop up against you during voting. But that's a healthy way to look at it. And it also, looking at it that way, also helps you improve. Anytime I've failed to get 4K, I've looked for ways to improve. I've looked for ways to get better. Rather than just, you know, trying to come up with some kind of reason why my snap didn't do good. Whether it be, and there are some things voters do prioritize, for sure. But, you know, I feel like it's grasping at straws to say, like, oh, I saw voters online saying you had to have a bedroom. Okay, why are we focusing on, like, what one random person said on Facebook or two random people said on Facebook? If they're like, oh, this isn't on theme, it literally is. It's right here in the demonstration photo, and if you read the sentence, it says decorate and dress a scene from your favorite peaceful dream. It tells you what to do. Decorate and dress for a scene from your favorite peaceful dream. So, there were amazing snaps this week. It was a beautiful concept for a challenge. And dreams are very beautiful. There were more beautiful snaps than usual. And if you're unlucky, you'll pop up against a lot of those beautiful snaps. But I don't think it's healthy to, you know, when you don't get the results you're hoping for, to immediately blame the system and to not give credit to the fact that there are some really talented people out there. Again, it can happen to me. Like, who knows? Next week I might not get my 4K, you know? But if I end up getting 1,200 or 900 moonstones next week, I'm gonna call it exactly like I'm calling it right now. I'm gonna say, you know what? I popped up against really good snaps that I wasn't able to contend with. I'm gonna think about what I can do differently next time. Perhaps I should have gone with my more golden light submission because I had good options for last week, but I was kind of torn on which one to choose. So, yeah, I could have gone with this one. I think this would have been safer, but I didn't. I went with the other one because I really like the bird. You know what I mean? Hey, Rope, thank you, my friend. Thank you.
Happy Wednesday, all hail the blobfish.
Happy Wednesday, Rope. Happy Wednesday. Thank you so much, my friend. We'll add that to the goal here in a moment. But, you know, I ended up going with this one But my concern is that the build in the workshop might be too busy, but I really like the outfit and I really like the bird. But this might have been better because I feel like it's a bit more balanced, a bit more clear. So if I end up failing on this one, you know, I'll know I should have gone with my gut. And that's that. You know, I'm not gonna blame the system. I'm not gonna say, oh, no voters. I guess voters didn't like fairy builds. No. Voters, as we know, there's no way to cater towards every different voter in the world. There's no way. Everybody likes different things for the theme. Everybody builds different things for the theme. There's just as much diversity in the voter pool as there is diversity in Dreamsnaps. Like, if you go vote, there's like 100 different interpretations of each theme. So there's no point in putting that much stock into like what one person says or what the other person says. The best thing you can do is execute the theme as precisely as possible and make your photo as beautiful as possible. So, you know, I had a lot of fun recommendations on how to do that with some of these scenes. But one thing I talk about a lot when it comes to the beauty factor is good saturation, high levels of lighting, color diversity, and this worked out. But this photo this could have failed to get 4K. It's totally possible. If I popped up against the wrong stuff, I wouldn't just be like, well, you know, my photo sucked. I would just know that there are really talented people out there. So when you fail, you shouldn't beat yourself up. You shouldn't just, you know, I know it's frustrating because you want to get all this stuff in the shop and you don't want to have to open your wallet every week, but you should be frustrated with Gameloft because they're the one that shrunk the bracket. You know, if it's harder to get 4K, it's because, if it feels harder, it's because it is harder. Thousands less are getting 4K than before. With the Cinderella update, they reduced the 4K bracket size to 4%. It used to be 7.5%, which means each week about 5,000 more players were getting 4K than they are now. A lot more people were getting 4K. But ever since the Cinderella update, that's been reduced. And now that the tag system is gone, you're not going to get an advantage through tag maxing, which is another thing we used to be aware of because it would act as a multiplier on your score. It was additional points. And anybody that didn't know about the tag system was at an innate disadvantage. So that advantage / disadvantage is gone. Now it's literally all about votes. And if you pop up against the wrong stuff, you can have a bad week. Again, it can happen to me. It can happen to you. It can happen to anybody because there's, you know, you remember when Qui-Gon said there's always a bigger fish? If you ever watch Star Wars, you ever watch The Phantom Menace? Same thing with Dreamsnaps. There's always a better snap. Even if in your eyes you have the best snap ever, in somebody else's eyes you might not. Even for the rank 1 snap, there's snaps it would lose against if it popped up against them, most likely. The snap that's at rank 6,000 could potentially beat the snap that's at rank 1 if they popped up against each other. But that's not how the system works. You pop up against who you pop up against. And whoever ends up with the most votes gets rank 1. That's how it works. So if you pop up against the right things, you get a really good rank. If you pop up against the wrong things, not so much. So the best you can do is make a beautiful snap. Make sure you deliver on the theme. And you'll have a good fighting chance for 4K, but it doesn't guarantee you're always going to be successful there. But, you know, like I said, stating that, oh, you had to have a bedroom? No, absolutely not. You absolutely did not have to have a bedroom in your snap. You just had to have a bed as seen in the demonstration photo and as made clear by the theme itself. So, and again, we can look at a lot of the results here from Facebook. It's another good rank here. Beautiful scene. But if it popped up against the wrong things, it might not have done as good. Like, this one's beautiful too, but it got 1,200. And it's not that different from this one. But where it is different is that this one feels a lot dreamier. The light bloom is a bit higher. We got a lot more light in the scene. This one is a bit darker. It's a bit darker. If it had the same level of glow that this one did, I think it would have performed about the same. Or maybe it would have performed about the same. It just didn't pop up against the right snaps, you know? There's this snap here too, which This got 4K. And in this one, the bed's not even that visible. We can see it back here, so there is a bed. But, I mean, this kind of shows you that, you know, it really comes down to what you pop up against. So you shouldn't automatically feel like you made a bad snap just because you didn't get 4K. And as Dreamsnaps gets more competitive, you should never be surprised to see good snaps missing 4K. Because more and more people are learning how to make good snaps. And the 4K bracket is smaller than it has ever been. So at the end of the day, and this is even before they shrunk the bracket, this has always been the case with Dreamsnaps, by the way. Ever since the very first snap challenge, every single week of every single challenge, when we get the results, there are always going to be snaps that certainly deserved 4K, but did not get it. So, you know, that's nothing new. Mama Dukes here got a very similar rank to me. But again, this was a beautiful challenge, and there was a lot of diversity. So ultimately, you know, it's always going to come down to what you pop up against. Well, LOTR, I'll be honest with you. One of the last places where I would look for advice on snaps is Facebook groups. I'll be totally honest with you on that. And we've made that pretty clear here too. So let me give you an example. Back when we had the tag system, I was giving an example, or I was giving reviews to people for the treasure hunting challenge. There was this challenge we had a while back. Let me pull it up here. Treasure Hunt Extravaganza. So, this is when we had the tag system, which was really annoying. And some people made some really, really cool looking snaps. But they made these Indiana Jones style outfits. Now, the outfits were perfect for the theme, but they were low value. They did not have any 4-tag items. And I warned one of the players, hey, you got a beautiful snap. This certainly deserves 4K, but I would definitely change the outfit because with no high-value items, it's going to be hard to guarantee 4K. So they went to Facebook. They went to a group. And I only know this because I was sent screenshots of all of this. And they said, hey, a content creator told me I should change my outfit. Which outfit should I use? The one from before or the one he recommended I change to? And of course, everybody in the Facebook group was like, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Your first outfit was perfect. I would vote for that one first. I'm going to vote for that one every time. So what did they do? They listened to the random people on the internet. And then when we got results, I was sent another screenshot of the exact same person asking everyone in the group why they only got 1,200 moonstones. I mean, like, at that point, like, what do I, you know? And here's another issue when it comes to asking people, random people online for advice. Sure, you might get some good advice here and there, but the thing is, you don't know anybody's credentials. And when it comes to social forums, people are going to try to be extra nice. No one's going to want to give it to you straight. No one's want to, like, very rarely, like when you share your picture, you know, you can share like, hey, what can I do to improve this? And you'll get some comments. But if you share like a complete snap and you're like, hey, I'm ready to submit this, what do you think? 90% of the comments can be like, oh my God, it's beautiful, babe. Oh, it's so pretty. It's perfect. When in truth, there's like no foreground. The lighting is shot. You don't have any character lighting. Saturation is off. Beauty element is low. But nobody wants to say that. they're so caught up in being nice that they're not going to give it to you straight. So that's another issue with just getting random advice online. You don't know people's credentials. They're incentivized to be as nice as possible because nobody wants to be a jerk. And the other issue is at least over half of them don't really know what they're talking about. Sure, some of them do. There's some people there that know, but how do you sort them out from the others? You know what I mean? There's always going to be people that are like, oh, well, I vote for this and I vote for that. But a vast majority of the people that play this game are not in that Facebook group. Now, if you could somehow create a poll for every Dreamlight Valley player and somehow they all magically saw it and you can get an actual large data sample of what everyone likes, sure, that would be a great way to know what everybody wants to vote for or what everybody likes. But people will also always try to explain why they think you didn't get 4K rather than just say you popped up against good photos, because that's an easy answer and that's the honest answer. But most people, here's another good example of what I'm trying to communicate here. Another great example. This was a long time ago, and this was before I understood the tag system, back when we had the tag system. And this was one of my first Dream Snaps to fail to get 4K. And the challenge was called Something Wicked, and it said to highlight your favorite villain. Now, this was a Decor challenge. And as you can see, I don't have barely any Decor tags. So I made this really clever photo with Simba and Nala trapped because the whole challenge was to showcase your favorite villain. And I bowed a Scar. I have the hyena backpack. Very fun little photo. Not the highest beauty factor, but most of them weren't built on beauty this week because it was about villains. When we got the results, this did not do very well. Now I know why. I mean, there were no high value items whatsoever, and most of this is landscaping, which has 0 tags. But when I shared this online, out of curiosity, I made a YouTube video talking about my results, and people came up with all kinds of reasons. And one of the reasons I saw popping up a lot was people were saying, I never vote for a photo when I can't see the avatar's face. Yeah, it's because you're facing away from the camera. Never do that. Never, ever do that. Oh, okay. Because I'm doing that in my rank 2 photo. Literally doing that in a rank 2 photo. But yeah, apparently, if you face away, you won't get 4K. Okay, all right, yeah. They know, yeah, the random people online know what they're talking about. Now, and the other thing people were saying was, people just didn't like Scar. People didn't like him. Nobody liked Scar. They liked Ursula. No, that wasn't the case either, as we know now. All the 4 tag items for this challenge, if you go back and look, you can look at the wiki, you can see what the tags were. All the high value item stuff was the oceany Ursula stuff. Like the glowing ferns, the glowing coral, the spiral shells. This challenge might as well have been named Ursula's Lair, and then people would have done better with it. But they got rid of the tag system, so it's not a problem anymore. But what I'm trying to highlight here, guys, is when you ask people what I could have done better, they will literally grasp at straws to try to explain away why things didn't work out. When the truth of the matter is, there are just really good players out there, and if you pop up against them and you can't beat them, you do not get 4K. Sometimes you just have to accept the fact that there were better photos. And I know that's tough, but you can talk about what you can do to make the photo even stronger next time. You can talk about ways to improve the scene, ways to have better lighting, a better mix, maybe be more on theme. But a lot of people, when you post your photo online and ask, why didn't this get 4K, they are going to give any reason under the moon without really understanding where the head of most voters are and without knowing what you popped up against. So some people will say, yeah, your Cozy Dreams challenge didn't get 4K because people were looking for bedrooms, apparently. When there's so many 4K submissions that weren't bedrooms. They just had the bed. And it's also literally in the example photo here. And for all those people know, you actually might have been beat by other shots that didn't have a bedroom. There could have been other shots without a bedroom that beat you on the beauty factor. So it's not that people were voting for, they were skipping over yours because and that's the thing. The people that you're getting this insight from, they don't even know what you popped up against. Neither do I. That's why I always bring up that you always have to prepare for the worst case scenario, which is you popped up against the best of the best. And if you don't get 4K, you shouldn't beat yourself up over it. Bob says never. I'm salty from here on. Small Wonder Rank 1 was also not facing the camera, says Dida. Yeah. I mean, well, I mean, you know, we can cover like a million photos. We can watch a million photos. We can see a million photos now with all the challenges we've had where people are facing away from the camera. But that's just a great example.
Notice me,
you know what I mean? Yo, Sinora, thank you.
I just want to thank you for the streams. You take my mind of crap I can't deal with less than 3.
Oh, well, I love you, Sinora. Thank you for being here, and I'm glad I can help take your mind off things. I'm glad you find some solace here in the streams and just get to, you know, relax and have a good day. Have a good day. It's always great to have you here, Sinor. I appreciate you being here, my friend. Let me also update my goal real quick because we did get that, also that $20 dono from Rope as well. Thank you, Rope. Thank you. So 2702. Let me do a quick update here. There we go. Thank you again, guys. Thank you again. Already over halfway now. Much appreciated. Yeah, I think 157 today. Wow. Nice. I was on a streak and then got 2,500 for Marvels and 1,500 for the Dreams. Yeah, unfortunate. I mean, 2,500, the thing is too, Bobs, what you have to consider is that 2,500 you got for Marvels, that would have been 4K. You know what I mean? That before they changed the brackets.
Just because I appreciate you, but smile.
Hey, thank you, Left Shark. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. I appreciate you as well. Can we see your first few snaps, please? Yeah, we can take a look at them here in a bit. We can take a look at them here in a bit, for sure. PG says, I want to be a jerk, and I don't know what I'm talking about. I mean, you do you, PG. I mean, it's the internet. You know, sometimes if you want to get on there and just, you know, hate on some Dreamsnaps, you be my guest, my friend. You pay your internet bill, not me, so you do what you want to do on the internet. But yeah, you know, I just want you guys to know as well, you know, 2,500 moonstones, if you fall short of 4K and you get 25, that's still really good. And in fact, 6 months ago, that would have been 4K. It's a shame that Gameloft has shrunk the bracket. And also, I think something that's really worth considering here, Dreamlight Valley has been out for a while. Enough time to where a lot of people that play this game have progressed to the point to where everything feels kind of repetitive except Dreamsnaps. That's where I am. That's where a lot of you are. And that's where more people are reaching. The longer you play this game, the star paths start to feel the same. Yes, the rewards are different, and that's great. But it's still catch 5 fish from here, mine 5 nodes from here, craft potions, give gifts. It's the same thing every season. The new quests are often, it's the same fetch quest. Go craft this item, give it to this person, now go talk to this person. Everything in the game starts to feel repetitive. But what keeps people connected, what keeps people coming back, is Dreamsnaps. And the longer this game stays out, the more competitive Dreamsnaps will get. Because more and more and more and more players are going to reach that point in the game to where the only thing that feels fresh and new and different every week is Dreamsnaps. And because of that, we're seeing more players become better at Dreamsnaps. And considering only 4 out of every 100 players get to claim 4K, it's getting pretty sweaty. Okay? It's getting pretty sweaty. I don't think they should have shrunk the bracket, especially with how long the game's been out, because, you know, this is just the destination we're heading to. And it's going to get harder, not easier. For all we know, Gameloft might shrink the brackets again. They love money. But even if they don't shrink the brackets, the number of talented Dreamsnap players is going to go up, not down. If somebody is good at Dreamsnaps, they're very likely to keep doing Dreamsnaps. And if somebody is not good at Dreamsnaps, they're either going to quit or get better. And the more time that passes, the better they get. So, and that's just simple logic. You don't need random people on the internet to explain that to you. You don't need me to explain that to you. I'm sure if you think about it, you know, you're like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That seems pretty clear. And as that happens, challenges will get more challenging. You know, that's why we give the advice we give. That's why I try to help people improve. But that's also why I tell people every week, week by week, ultimately how you perform is going to come down to what you pop up against. I probably say that 100 times every review stream. Every single review stream.
Removing double rank only would have been perfect.
Double rank only? What do you mean? What do you mean? And thank you for the super chat, my friend. Vortex says, I think that's why there's dedicated groups/sites that let people showcase their Dreamsnaps. I love having the time to actually sit and look through their designs. Yeah, like Dreamer's Portal. I mean, dude, if you want to know how many good snaps are out there, just go to a Discord or Dreamer's Portal. I mean, there's a lot of talent out there, guys. Every week, there are hundreds of snaps that I truly believe would completely destroy me. And if I pop up against those, I might end up getting 900 Moonstones or 1,200 Moonstones. Now, I think if you make a really, really strong snap, the lowest you're likely to get is 1,200, which is still around, like, you know, close to top 20 or 30% of all snaps. So the lowest you'll get will be 1,200, but you know, it's not like you're in the bottom half of snaps at that point, you know? And it sucks. It sucks to get anything less than 25. I feel like 25, you can kind of shrug it off. But when you get 15 or 1,200, you feel like you really fell short. But with the way they've set up the brackets, 2,500, 1,500, and 1,200 are all compacted together. It's all very close. And there's a lot of good snaps in there too. So, you know, every week there's going to be really good snaps that deserved 4K and didn't get it. And likewise, there's going to be very questionable snaps that aren't very good, that seem hastily thrown together, that don't have good lighting, that don't even really have much of the theme, that get 4K. You know, the difference there is they popped up against random selfies and random quest photos, and the good snap popped up against other good snaps. And that's been happening since Dreamsnaps began, but now it's been compounded by the fact that there are so many more good players than there used to be. And there are, you know, there's a smaller number of people getting 4K because they shrunk the brackets. So at the end of the day, you know, you should never ever feel like you failed. Ashley, clip that. You should never feel like you failed because your snap didn't get 4K. Especially if it's just like a one-off, you know? Like, you've got 4K for 16 weeks in a row, and then you get 1,500. You know, like, I'm probably due a run of bad luck. Maybe it'll be this week. You know, I don't know. But when the time comes where I don't get 4K, I'll accept it. You know, I'll accept it. And I'll think about what I could have done better. Last time I didn't get 4K, I thought about it, and I was like, you know what? Perhaps I should have done something a bit more simple, a bit more beautiful, you know? I think about what I could have done to be more competitive in that week. Sometimes I do something a little outside of the box. I get a little bit adventurous, which is fine. And it doesn't always work, you know? But rather than be, you know, frustrated with my snap, I just move on and I go to the next one with that kind of stuff in mind. And I I put effort into it. But you know, it's getting tough out there, you guys. It's getting tough out there. But yeah, if any of you guys would like me to take a look at your snap, again, we don't know what you popped up against. And, you know, some of the snaps, like with Marvels of Nature, there were snaps that we looked at that certainly deserved 4K. They came up against the wrong stuff. So how do you beat those? You know, how do you beat the best of the best if you do pop up against them? How do you beat those, like, you know, those top 1,000 players? There's no way to really quantify who the top 1,000 players are because the Dreamsnaps algorithm is pretty chaotic. So, you know, sometimes people are gonna, you know, somebody that might be one of the most, you know, one of the top 1,000 most talented Dreamsnap creators in the world, there are still going to be weeks where even they likely won't get 4K. It might be super rare, but it's bound to happen. You know, eventually they'll pop up against something that people like more, or they'll do something a little outside of the box on the theme. Meg says, yeah, it feels hard to compete unless you have all the new items. I would have to disagree with that one. I don't really think you need all the new stuff. It depends on the challenge. There are going to be some themes where without some of the new items is going to be tougher. But the main thing you want to keep in mind is theme and beauty. Those are your two #1 priorities. You want your snap to be beautiful to where when it pops up against another snap, it has a high chance of winning, even against other good snaps. You want to make it that beautiful to where it's like kind of awe-inspiring. And then worst case scenario, maybe you get 2,500. You know, maybe. But on average, with something with an extremely high beauty factor that's on theme, you're very likely to get, you know, around 1,000, 2,000, or rank 3,000, somewhere within there. And as far as, you know, it is easier if you have more items. You know, it's going to be easier to do what you want to do, create what you want to create. But for example, with this week, you know, this week is Desert Haven, right? And two of the examples we're going to discuss for this week, one of them uses the new Tatooine stuff because that's going to be popular because this stuff is in the shop right now and a lot of people are going to pick it up. But it's far from the only good option. You don't need the Tatooine stuff this week. In fact, the first photo the first scene I've been making, and the one I might actually end up using, is not the Tatooine one. It's Aladdin and Jasmine. Because I really like building my own little Agrabah castle in the back. Now, I haven't finished this yet, but you don't necessarily always have to use the new stuff. Like if I didn't have this swirling tornado here, you know, it wouldn't be the end of the world. As long as I was able to find a way to make my snap beautiful. That's where it really counts. It needs to be beautiful and it needs to be on theme. Now, some weeks, it's going to be very hard to do the theme without the new items. You know, there are going to be weeks like that. And it'd be cool if there wasn't, you know. Like, it'd be cool if that wasn't the case. But Gameloft wants to sell items. So, you know, it is what it is. A good example of that would be the Wild West Wonders Challenge. We don't really have any Wild West stuff in the entire game. And on the week of that challenge, they literally put the only Wild West building we actually have, which was the general store. This is the only actual Wild West building we have, and it was a premium item. You know, that was in the shop that week. Now, there are other things that you could use that work. You didn't absolutely have to have this. There were other things you can kind of get creative with. But if you didn't have Wish Blossom Ranch, if you didn't have horses, and if you didn't have the general store, it's going to be trickier. You know, it's going to be a little bit harder to compete with the people that do have those items. So items are important. You know, they're going to give you more flexibility on how you create, more flexibility on what you create. So, but that's also how pretty much any game that has any kind of competitive aspect, that's kind of how they all work. If, you know, if and not just on items, but also on a skill level. So, like, let's say I picked up Fortnite last month and I started playing it for an hour a day. I can't really expect to beat another player in a 1v1 that's been playing 8 hours a day for the past 5 years. You know, there's going to be a wide skill gap. They're going to know things I don't know. They're going to know movement I don't know. And then for other games, let's say, you know, a game like Call of Duty. Well, if I'm a new player that started a month ago, I'm going to have a hard time against a veteran player that has every gun attachment, every gun unlocked, every perk unlocked. It's going to be hard to compete with them. So the longer somebody spends playing a game, the more resources they have and the more skill they have, the harder they're going to be to beat. But that's just gaming in general. Now, the beautiful thing with Dreamlight Valley is you still have a really good fighting chance, even as a newer player. For example, you know, my moderator, Ashley, she never really played Dreamlight Valley. She started watching me back when I was streaming different games. I think she found my stream when I was playing Phasmophobia, which is like a ghost hunting game, very fun game. She stayed with me while I played like Fall Guys and Among Us and a plethora of other games, because I've been a content creator way longer than Dreamlight Valley's existed. And then I started playing Dreamlight Valley, but she never really got into it. And then once I had been playing Dreamlight Valley for about a year and a half, 2 years, then she picked it up. She's like, I'm going to give it a try. And one of the first things she got into was Dreamsnaps. Within 2 weeks, she was getting 4K almost every single week. Within like 2 weeks of playing. And she wasn't dumping hundreds of dollars into the game on Moonstones either. The thing is, she had watched me for so long, she knew all my techniques, she knew all my lighting tricks, she knew all my approaches, she knew what I prioritized, she knew what was helping me be successful in Dreamsnaps, and she implemented it. Even without the access to all the items I had, she was able to be competitive. And that's the nice thing with Dreamlight Valley. Now, if you're a new player and you aren't aware of all the in and outs, you know, if you're not as aware of like what a lot of voters tend to prioritize on a mass scale, if you're not as inclined to utilize certain times of day for optimal lighting, you know, then there's going to be a little bit of a learning curve there that's going to make things a bit harder for you. I keep getting comments on Facebook. Let me mute this tab. So, you know, ultimately with Dreamlight Valley, there are a lot of people out there that believe, you know, if you're a new player, that you're just not going to be able to compete. And Ashley's not the only example there either. I've had plenty of other people that have joined our community as new players and have been able to get 4K consistently very early on in their Dreamlight Valley journey. Sure, there's going to be weeks where they don't. There's going to be weeks where I don't necessarily get 4K. Again, a lot of it comes down to what you pop up against. But if you have a good understanding of how to make a photo beautiful and a good understanding of how to honor the theme, then you can and will get 4K. It can be trickier to like get it very consistently, especially as more people get better at Dreamsnaps. But you know, that's just the way the cookie crumbles, you know. So you can do it, you know. Don't discourage yourself just because you don't have like all these premium items or all these past StarPath items. Sure, you know, I'm not gonna lie to you, there are gonna be some themes where not having that stuff sucks, you know. Like for example, if I pull up a filter for an old StarPath, like let's say Night Show StarPath, for example. If we suddenly got a rock show challenge and you didn't have this stuff, that would suck, dude. That would suck. That's one of those cases where having these items is going to be a huge advantage. But luckily, most challenges aren't like that. And that's also why in my Dreamsnap tip videos, I almost always cover budget options. So instead of premium houses, I talk about villager houses. And I talk about places where you can make your snap that aren't necessarily attached to a DLC. You know, there are options out there. At the end of the day, you know, it really comes down to theme and beauty. Even though there, you know, like I said, there will be challenges where you'll be at a disadvantage. I'm not saying there won't be. There definitely will be on occasion. But most are not that way, you know. Most are not that way. And if you can get pretty creative, you can do some pretty cool stuff. Gene says, without Eternity Isle, this one will be hard. Okay, so for this one, you don't really have to use Eternity Isle at all. Especially if you purchased, this house. This actually comes with a sand path. And funny enough, we are going to be building an example scene that's not using Eternity Isle. I was already planning on that. I have an Eternity Isle build that we did for my Jasmine build that I'm working on right now. But today we will also be making a Tatooine build that is not going to use the Glittering Dunes because you don't have to. The Tatooine house here comes with a sand path. Now, if you don't have that, there is another option. Let's say you don't have Eternity Isle and you don't have the Moonstones to get that sand path. The Dazzle Beach floating island is going to be your best bet. You're just going to want to set it up in a way that does not show that does not show the water or much of the grass. So you'll come to a spot like this. We have sand here, right? And what you're going to want to do essentially is seal off this build to where we cannot see the background and to where we cannot see this grass. So you would put a house here, some kind of building here. And there are cheap options in the shop too. Like if you were to pick up like this Agrabah wall set, for example. This could be a great way to seal it off to where we don't see those items. But Dazzle Beach, if you don't have Eternity Isle and you don't have the new sand path, Dazzle Beach is a good option. It's probably the only good option for you. And I would not do the Dazzle Beach biome itself. I would definitely do the floating island, because if you go to the Dazzle Beach biome itself, it's going to be very hard to hide the water and the grass. But if we come here to, you know, this region, I could get right down here. If I delete all this, I can get right down here. I have all this sand around me. And really, I would just need to build the photo in a way to where we don't see the grass and we don't see the water. And when you think about it, that's not too difficult when it comes to, and you know, when you're building a snap, you want to seal it off anyway. So for example, can you tell what biome this is in? I don't think there's any way to tell. You can't see the pathing because I have iron tiles in between the path gaps. And you can't see the edge of the floating island because I've sealed off the snap. So there's nothing here to indicate what this biome is. And you can do this with any challenge. Here's a fun one. Where do you guys think... Let me see if I can find it. My farmer's market snap. Or no, I don't think... It's Autumn Arrival. Where do you guys think I built this? Let me see some guesses in the chat. Where do you think I made this autumn snap? It's kind of the same thing here because some may say, oh, you can't really do an autumn theme unless you have Storybook Vale. It's the same as what you're saying about the desert. You can't do a desert scene unless you have, or, you know, it's going to be harder to do a desert scene if you don't have Eternity Isle. Whereas you might say the same thing about a fall theme. It's going to be harder to do a fall theme if you don't have Storybook Vale. I see the Bind, Frosted, Sunlit, Glade, Sunlit, Meadow, Plaza Meadow. This is in the Glade. The Glade of Trust. And there's absolutely nothing to indicate that, which is why the guesses were kind of all over the place. You can't see the Glade grass. You can't see the Glade trees. This doesn't look like the Glade at all. And you can do the same thing with the desert build now that we have a desert path. And that's why, you know, if you have the moonstones, I cannot recommend enough. I do think they should have put this freaking path, this new path, they should have put it with the cheaper bundle, but they didn't. They put it with the house. But I really recommend getting this because this new sand path is going to allow you to turn literally any floating island into a desert. Any of them. Then you would just need to set it up in a way to where we can't see through it. They should have put the sand with this, because then you would get the walls and the sand, and it would have been a great way to seal it off. But Gameloft loves money, so they put it with the 3,750 Moonstone house, which is kind of grimy. But it is what it is. But yeah, if you get the sandy path, you can literally turn... We can make... I mean, if we want to get funky today, we can literally build my Tatooine build on Frosted Heights, if you guys want. Like, we can go to Frosted Heights to make this. I think that would be funny. So, a desert on a frozen island. You guys said do it. Let's get funky. Yeah, all right, we'll do it. We'll do it. Yeah, we'll build Tatooine in Frosted Heights. We'll build Tatooine in Frosted Heights. Let me go over there real quick. I wonder if I have anything. Oh, I think that's where my dream is. Yeah, well, I already got a recording of this, so I think I can tear it down. Yeah, we can build here. Only thing we'll have to cover will be these floating islands. We don't want to see those, so we'll have to have houses close up enough to block them. And that'll be good, too, because when I make the YouTube video tomorrow, I can showcase the fact that you can literally use any floating island if you don't have Eternity Isle. Of course, in order to do so, you will need the new desert sand, you know, which kind of sucks. But if you don't have the desert sand, I mean, technically, you could use the sun-baked path. If you have a lot of it, like, technically, you could use this to make something a desert. It's just not the best, you know. It's a little bit too dark to be a desert, but if you're really low on options, at least it's an option. It's not the best choice, but, you know, better than nothing. Like, if you don't have Eternity Isle, you don't have the Glittering Dunes, you know, it gives you at least, I don't know, I'd probably use Dazzle Beach over it, to be honest. Probably do Dazzle Beach over that. I think it's going to feel a little bit better. Do you think priority for voting might be giving to people whose final snaps were submitted earlier in the week? That's a good question, PG. That's a good question. So I back in the day, before I understood the tag system, I knew something was going on, but I couldn't figure out what it was. And then I figured out it was the tag system. So back in the day, I thought that might be the case. But I usually submit my Dream Snaps Tuesday, like the day before the challenge ends. So I don't think that's the case. Voting doesn't even start until the challenge is completely closed, you know? So like there's no voting happening until Wednesday morning for that challenge. And I've been very consistent with my Dreamsnap results, and I almost always submit my snaps at the end of the week, not early. There are some people that love, because I can't really make my snaps in the beginning of the week, because if you watch my content, every week I make a couple of example scenes, sometimes 3, like 2 to 3 example scenes for the challenge. Then I make a whole video about the challenge. So due to that, I usually cannot even work on my snap until like the back end of the week. Maybe somebody can cover a Star Wars snap and a non. Yep, that's exactly what we're planning, Sunshine. I don't think you were in the chat yet when I covered it, but I have 2 examples for you guys this week. And yeah, we're definitely going to do one Tatooine build and one non-Tatooine build. The non-Tatooine build is going to play up Agrabah. So we're gonna do an Agrabah style build that plays up Aladdin and Jasmine, and we're gonna do a Tatooine build. That way you have a couple of options. I will never make a Dreamsnap guide with only the example of premium items. That's not fair. It's just not fair to players that don't want these items. It's not fair to players that don't have the moonstones for these items. And that's why every week when I do these Dreamsnap tip videos for each challenge, I always include budget options. And in fact, I've already got a lot of this set up. I was actually working on this build before the stream. That the Tatooine one we will build together on stream today. But the Glittering Island here, I've already got started for an Agrabah build. And I put a lot of items out that are going to work good for this. So pretty much everything you see here, you can use here. You can make an Agrabah market with these Eternity Isle stands. There's the earth and clay jars. There's the Agrabah Palace. There's this little set here. There's the little lounge. There's so many beautiful items. I might actually submit an Agrabah build as opposed to a Tatooine build just because I think the beauty factor is going to be even better for this. And again, I prioritize two things each week, theme and beauty. Now, I do love Star Wars, though, so I might go Star Wars. I don't know yet. I don't know. But I do know if I end up going with, if I end up deciding to go with an Agrabah build, it's going to be, I just know it's going to be really pretty. And I haven't finished this yet. I just put down like a foundation here. So we've made our own little Agrabah Palace. We have the very beautiful Jasmine Dream Style outfit here. I would probably leave Jasmine out. Maybe bring Aladdin in if I'm going to cosplay Jasmine. I'll have some tall items in the backdrop to fill out the sky a little bit. We do have a lot of room behind this palace. We'll put some glowing petals in the water here. And right now I have these big sand mounds. I'll definitely do some stuff in front of that. The theme also referenced blooming cactuses. So I want a lot of cactus flowers. But yeah, we're gonna do examples from both. Dee-da-da said, I always wait for your YouTube videos before I start doing my snap. I'm trying really hard to convince some of my other friends to do that. Looking at Dreamer. Because each week, as soon as we get the refresh, Dreamer's like one of the first ones to put their snap in for review. And then they'll, like often they'll end up being disappointed with their results. When I'm like, if you just waited, I know you want to get your review early, but if you waited until, especially if you're not getting 4K consistently, if you waited until I drop the video, you might get some really good ideas that could work very good for the theme. And then you can incorporate that into what you already have planned. So again, not something you have to do. I think I'm out of refreshments, to be honest. The STARPATH house. Are you talking about the Oasis house here? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, we have a few houses here. And as far as making your own Agrabah Palace, I'm using the Desert Palace here. This was a 3,000 Moonstone house, very old. I'm kind of surprised it's not in the shop this week since we have a Desert Challenge. I'm actually really shocked they didn't add this. But if you put Aladdin and Jasmine's house here, and you just do the walls beside Aladdin and Jasmine's house, you can kind of create this mini Agrabah Palace and get a nice fountain there. This was a very popular concept during the Architectural Statement Challenge. Very popular concept for that week as well. But yeah, we'll add a bit more to this too. Yeah, the Lotus Bloom, Jasmine's Flower, we're definitely going to add. So yeah, items like Jasmine's Flower. Also, you can go inside of these, which is pretty cool. And we can actually, like, look in there. It's trippy. Look at that. Wait. It's making me a little bit dizzy, but yeah, that's pretty cool. These new tornadoes are pretty neat. They're pretty neat. And there's this little one. This could be cool for like a superhero. Like imagine like a sandbender kind of superhero. I feel like there's some cool stuff we can do with these tornadoes. I really like these, especially since you can get right up on them. Actually, I wonder if we did... Hang on a second. I want to try something. I want to try something. It doesn't matter what squirrel we use. That's a little trickier than I thought. If we were able to get a little lower... Hang on, what about a fox? What if we just, like, chill with a whole tornado? Let's just relax with a tornado here. But yeah, I would say, you know, if you're... I think if you're very consistently getting 4K, there's no need to wait for my video. You already know exactly what you're doing, you know. You can always, like, check out the video, and if there's, like, something you see that you like, you can add it in. So, like, that could be fun. This is cool. But if you're, you know, if you're getting 1200, 1500, like, more commonly than you are getting 4000, then I do think it's a very good idea to not make your Dreamsnap the day of the challenge. Not only will waiting give you a chance to check out my guide for the theme, but it'll also kind of show you what other voters are doing and what people find appropriate for the challenge, which is going to be important. Well, Sarah, I don't know if you heard me earlier. I don't know if you just came in, but I bought the Star Wars stuff, and I'm probably not going to use that for my snap. Beauty is very important in Dreamsnaps. Beauty is key to winning. When it comes to beating the photos you pop up against, people are looking for two things primarily, and that's theme and beauty. And you can get really nice beauty out of the Aladdin and Jasmine stuff. I think this stuff is so nice. So, yeah, you really don't have to worry about the Star Wars stuff. There's a lot of people that aren't going to have that. Star Wars isn't everyone's cup of tea. Not to mention that stuff can be expensive. And the Aladdin and Jasmine stuff has a much better beauty element. So I have the new Star Wars stuff. I might use it, I don't know, just because I'm a huge fan of Star Wars. But I am going to make a build for each. And there's a higher chance that I'll end up using the Aladdin and Jasmine scene over the Star Wars scene, just because I think the beauty factor is going to be very good. But I don't know. You know, we'll see. We'll see. I do love Star Wars, so... But I think both, ultimately, performance, as always, is going to come down to what you pop up against. I think we'll see a lot of Star Wars challenges, but there's going to be a ton of people that don't have that stuff. And really, you know, if you pop up, whether you have an Agrabah style snap or a Star Wars style snap or some kind of other desert idea, what's going to matter most is your snap more beautiful than what it's up against? Like, out of the two snaps on the screen, which one does the voter find better? Which one do they think looks better? Which one do they think is a better picture? Because at the end of the day, every snap challenge is, at its core, a photo challenge. And when it comes to voting between two photos, most people are going to go with the photo they find more appealing and beautiful. Sure, you know, if you get voters that absolutely are obsessed with Star Wars, they might be more inclined to vote for the Star Wars snap. But even for me, somebody that's a huge fan of Star Wars, like, I love Star Wars, I would never, ever vote for a Star Wars snap just because it's Star Wars, especially if the photo it's up against is better. So if I see a Star Wars snap and I'm like, oh, cool, I love Star Wars, and then I see an Agrabah snap that's way prettier and just constructed far better, even as a huge fan of Star Wars, I'm 100% voting for the Agrabah one. Because at the end of the day, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for which of the two Dream Snaps I find more appealing, and which one I think is more beautiful and more deserving of a better rank. So sometimes, you know, you'll get two really good Dream Snaps and you have to choose between them. And if your Dream Snap is equally beautiful compared to a Star Wars snap, sure, the deciding factor might just come down to what that particular voter likes more, you know, Aladdin or Star Wars. But lucky for you, this is a Disney game, and most of the Disney fans, I think, are probably bigger fans of Aladdin and Jasmine than they are of, like, Anakin. I mean, make no mistake, you know, Star Wars has been very popular in the game, and I absolutely love that they've been adding Star Wars stuff. I am beside myself. I am very excited about it. And we'll be making a Star Wars scene today. But don't feel, you know, don't go into the challenge thinking you're going to fail just because you don't have the new stuff or the Star Wars stuff. If you don't want to do Star Wars this week, don't do Star Wars. You know, there's, especially if you did Oasis, the Oasis StarPath. I mean, dude, there's so many beautiful things. Like, this house is amazing. We got this beautiful little tent site. There's the little companion spots. We got this beautiful, like, golden little seat here, this lounge seat. Awesome. There's these, if you have Eternity Isle, there's so many good craftables. You know, you have the tents. You have these golden cobras. You could do something cool with Jafar. You could go to Eternity Isle. You could use the Cave of Wonders with some gold piles. There's a lot of ways to go about it. Whatever you end up deciding. And another reason I think, you know, the Aladdin and Jasmine or Agrabah builds can be good. They're going to feel a lot more natural with cactus flowers. Because the challenge states dress and decorate to channel the wonders of the desert, golden dunes, cactus flowers, blue skies, whether it's sunset, midnight, or noon, there's beauty in the swirling sands. So it references cactus flowers, which those aren't really going to make much sense on a Tatooine build. Sure, you can put them there just because they're pretty, you know. Like, I'm not saying you can't add flowers to a Tatooine build, but the challenge itself, you know, if the challenge was Tatooine Haven, then I would be a little nervous. But it's not, you know, it's Desert Haven. So ultimately, it's going to come down to who has the most beautiful desert pics, you know, who's got the best looking desert scenes. So both good options, you know. Today was week 7 for me without 4K. I'm in a bit of a rut, said Sarah. Well, sorry to hear that. You know, before you came in, we were talking about Dreamsnaps. It's way more competitive than it used to be. Way more competitive. I won't go into everything we were discussing earlier, but I will say, and you can always watch it back if you want, the 4K bracket is smaller. With the Cinderella update, Game Loft quietly reduced the bracket size to 4% instead of 7.5 or 5% like it was before. So thousands less are getting 4K each week. So, you know, that's one thing. Number 2, the longer this game stays out, the better people get at snaps. People are getting good. People are getting very good at snap creation. And the reason why is because it's the only thing in the game that's fresh and different every week. It's the only reason I still play the game, to be honest with you. After a while, I've got over, 6,000 hours in this game, probably getting close to 7,000 now. And everything is kind of repetitive now. Like, doing the StarPath feels the same every time. I love the new rewards, but the actual act of completing the StarPath, it's always the same. Fishing, mining, gift giving, crafting, you're always doing the same thing. All the quests kind of feel the same. The dialogue is different, but the quests are still, go craft this item, give it to that person, go see this person, now go talk to these 4 villagers. It's all the same. Even the floating festival events feel similar. Sure, the builds are different and the environments are different, but it's always collect a few of these new, resources and then give this item to the new pet or the old pet and unlock memories and you'll get these new rewards. So after a while, Dreamlight Valley gets kind of repetitive. And a lot of people have been playing it for a long time. Now, for all those people, myself included, the one thing that doesn't really feel repetitive is Dreamsnaps. The challenge is different every week. It pushes us out of our comfort zone. It has us making things we might not normally want to make with good rewards in sight. Like you always have a chance for a high reward. And because of that, the longer this game stays out, the more people are going to turn to Dreamsnaps. People who are good at Dreamsnaps will likely continue to make Dreamsnaps. People who are struggling with Dreamsnaps will either give up and quit or get better. And let's say maybe just 40% of them choose get better and 60% of them choose quit and just stay where they are. Well, that's a lot of people looking to push their way into 4K. And since only 4 out of 100 people get 4K, it's very competitive. It's very competitive. At the end of the day, you should be proud if you're getting 2,500. You should be proud if you're getting 1,500. You're very close to 4K. You're very close. Just look for new ways to continue improving. Look for ways to be competitive. That's something we've talked a lot about, is being competitive. Like, there are different ways you can be more competitive with your snaps. Like, for example, one mistake I see a lot of people make is they'll make a really beautiful scene, and then they'll just, this is their pose. Sure, it doesn't look bad. It's beautiful. There's nothing wrong with this. But if you wanted this to be more competitive, what if you did a pose that told a story? What if you did a pose that communicated something, right? That makes you more competitive among the other voters. So an example of this would be Cozy Dreams here. Instead of a traditional pose, I did the Pegasus pose, and I hid the Pegasus because it mentioned a peaceful dream. Create a peaceful dream. So my eyes are closed, indicating that I'm sleeping. My hands are together to be peaceful. And then we even have a little raccoon down here doing the same thing. So it looks very cozy. It tells a bit of a story. With Marvels of Nature, I saw a lot of snaps that were very beautiful, but it was just kind of your regular pose. Well, we have a new companion. And if you take the route of highlighting Pocahontas, why not have a tender moment with Miko? Voters will love stuff like this. It's so cute, It's a lot better than just, a regular pose for the camera. It tells a bit of a story. Like, we're enjoying our time with Pocahontas. She's taking in the sights of the wind, and we're here welcoming Miko to the valley, holding him like the sweet little baby he is. And we can see the joy on the avatar's face. She looks happy. She looks beautiful. Another example would be Wild West Wonders. We're using the footstool dog pose to interact with this gold bar in a way. A big part of the Wild West was the gold rush. So if we want to do a bit of storytelling and communicate something to the voter, rather than just posing with a horse or, just standing in front of the camera, which there's nothing wrong with doing that, by the way. And also, some of the poses with the horse are great storytelling elements. But finding a creative way to do a bit of storytelling in your snap is often what's going to set you apart from the other 4K snaps. Because there's a lot of good ones out there. There's a lot of really good snaps out there. And if you can find a fun, creative, and expressive pose, like this one, this is Vibrant Jungle Fiesta. It's a jungle fiesta, jungle party. So we have Mirabelle here, and then we have our little animals back here joining the fiesta. So we have this monkey on my shoulder waving, and I'm smiling. and it showcases the makeup well and the lip well, and it showcases joy. You know, finding a way to showcase the avatar very well and do a bit of storytelling can be a great way to set your Dreamsnap apart. And then other little things, you know, like there's a lot of snaps I see where people don't take the time to do things like eyeshadow and eye color or change their hair color. You know, we wanted to appear more Latin American here. So we went with a more tan complexion. We gave ourselves dark hair like Mirabelle. You know, finding creative ways to really embody the scene with not just your environment, but also with your avatar. And that attention to detail, you know, making sure you hit things like makeup. Anything to elevate the beauty factor. Again, you know, your goal is for when your photo pops up, you want the voter to be like, whoa, I got lucky. I found a good one. That's what you want. Now, sometimes they'll be like, whoa, I got 2 good ones. And then it's tough because, you know, now you're up against good competition and you're not always going to win. There's a lot of snaps out there that are better than mine. And if I pop up against them a lot, I'm not going to get 4K. And the same thing can happen to you. Likewise, you can do a very basic snap, like a very empty snap that doesn't have much going on because you're busy. And then you check your Dreamsnap results Wednesday morning and you get ranked 200 and you're like, what the hell? Well, that can happen. Just like you can pop up against really good snaps, you could potentially pop up against bad ones. You can pop up against random selfies, quest photos. That's the thing. There's no way to control what you pop up against. We have no control over what kind of voters we get. We have no control over what kind of snaps we pop up against. Which is why, you know, if you want to get 4K consistently, the best thing you can do is just really, really try to impress the voters to the point to where you can be as competitive as possible. Be sweaty, you know, like make a snap that can stand up against the other top ranks. That way, if you pop up against them, you know, you have a chance to beat them. Now, some weeks you're going to do that and you're still not going to get 4K. It can happen to me. It can happen to you. It can happen to anybody. Just don't beat yourself up on those weeks, you know? And, you know, don't try to blame the system or find like, oh, maybe there's a way I can game the algorithm. There is no algorithm anymore, guys. The tags are gone. Now it's all votes. It's all votes. So the best you can do is put effort, thought, and passion into your Dreamsnap creation and hope for the best. And you can also set out to improve each week, you know. You can always get more comfortable with your camera tool, with your settings. You know, the choices you make are going to matter a lot when it comes to being able to remain competitive with snaps. So understanding what the average voter likes, not the random people commenting on Facebook, not the random people on Reddit, not the random people in Discord servers. The only way to know really what the average voter is fond of is by looking at a wide pool of results each week. Look for the strong snaps and consider what they did differently. Now, maybe you did the same thing and you didn't get 4K. And if that's the case, you know, you just got a little bit unlucky. You know, you're already doing the right thing. You just popped up against some very talented players that week, and that's okay. You know, at that point, you know, you can always just look at some of the higher ranks and say, you know, maybe I can get even better. And that's one of the things that's helped me remain very consistent with snaps. Because anytime I've had a snap underperform, rather than trying to explain it away, I ask myself, what could I have done better in this case to be more competitive? So for me, every time I haven't gotten 4K, I've always taken it as an opportunity to improve. Like, what can I do differently? How can I be more competitive? What can I do to make my scenes more beautiful? How do I stand out in voting? Should I have done something else this week? Maybe I should have submitted something a bit different. Maybe I should have had better lighting. Maybe I should have gone with daytime instead of nighttime. Look at more results and see what seemed to be more popular and take that into consideration. Again, some weeks you'll do everything right and you still won't get the results you deserve. It's bound to happen. You know what I mean? It's just important not to beat yourself up over it and always seek to improve. I mean, this applies to way more than Dreamsnaps, guys. This applies to life. Like for my job as a content creator, when I make a video, when I put a lot of work into a video, like a lot of time, I write a script, I get all these cool scenes, I put all this effort in, and then I put the video out there and the algorithm doesn't, show it to many people. Maybe because the people that first clicked on it weren't hooked within the first 30 seconds. So YouTube sees that people watched 20 seconds and then left. So they're like, well, we're not going to show that to people because we don't want people to leave the platform. So anytime I have a video underperform, I do the same thing I do with Dreamsnaps. If a video I make underperforms, I look at it critically. I look at the metrics. Where did the viewership start to fall off? Then I go to that part of the video and I say, okay, maybe I could have made the hook better. Maybe I could have made the end goal of the video more enticing. Maybe the video doesn't have a good click-through rate. Like it's a good video, but no one's clicking on it. Well, when I see those metrics, I say, okay, I need a better thumbnail. I need a better title. So, this applies to more than just Dreamsnaps. If you have this kind of approach with most things in life, you can improve in most things in life. You just have to be very, mindful and you have to be willing to be critical of your own work. And it sucks because sometimes you'll make something really good, like a Dreamsnap that's really good, and it won't get what it deserves. But it's still an opportunity to improve. Just because you're good at Dreamsnaps doesn't mean you can't get even better. I've gotten a lot better. This is my first Dreamsnap ever. This got rank 421, I remember. This was Dreamlight Ball, the first ever Dreamsnap challenge. Now, I didn't have like any foreground elements. The idea here was to make an empty ballroom with Elsa as my date. So, of course, there's not a lot going on in here. And I did have a beautiful floor. I do like the outfit. But this could have been so much better with like what I know now. But I mean, this kind of shows how much I've improved over time. Like, you'll see my Dreamsnaps kind of start to evolve as time goes by. I get more comfortable with the way I structure my builds. I put more thought into foreground elements, midground elements. Like where we were in the first couple of snaps, I didn't have much of a foreground structure. And then that starts to change. And this was before we were all pushing the camera up closer too. This was back in the day. We didn't have camera sliders, so I couldn't adjust for nighttime. We couldn't adjust character lighting. We couldn't adjust saturation. Like in this one, the sun is behind the avatar. It still got 4K. I think everybody was learning back then. But you can see the shadow down here. This would have been so much better if I had the sun hitting the building. But this was also before we even had floating islands. This was a joke, by the way. My chat made me submit that. This one, as dark as it was, got rank 60. It was called Gene Dreams. And again, we didn't have character lighting. We didn't have highlight. We didn't have any of that. But this was the challenge we got the first week of Eternity Isle. And I think this did good because I highlighted the new flowers and some like glowing things. But I was really shocked this did well. I actually hated this challenge. This was Under the Sea. This did really well. Holiday Cheer. Day at Disney. This one I made as a challenge. And it got 4K. I had a lot of people telling me this challenge was unfair because they didn't have the Ferris wheel and they didn't have the park rides, so the challenge wasn't fair. So I said, okay, bet. I'll make a snap without any rides. And I'll try to get 4K to show you that you can do it. And I got 4K. No rides. A day at Disney. No rides. Worked out. Winter's here. The Arendelle Showcase. I think this is the first one I put a ton of time into. This got a good rank. I was sick for this one. But this was sport savvy. I still like the way it came out, but I had a fever. Freestyle. Then we had Minnie Mouse's Festival of Hearts. Savannah Style. This is the Dreamsnap where I first understood the tag system. We figured it out. This was the first time I actually tested it, like, with high-value items. Like, you know, prioritizing things that had 3 or 4 tags. And the first time I ever tried that, this got rank 15. So first time I ever understood high value. And actually, I think it got rank 12. Rank 15 was the Scrooge one. Villainous Lair, Fur, Feather, and Scales. This one would have been so much cooler if I could boost character lighting. But I do love the heart here. This was DIY Theme Park. Chill Summer. Ancient Aesthetics. Superhero for a Day. Moana's Village. Monster Sona. In Bloom. Top it all off. Theme Park Snack Bar. Your Luck's Look. Yeah, this is the one that got rank 15. The Savannah one got rank 12. Treasure Trove. Cooking with Friends. Dreamlight Market. A lot of snaps. There's a lot of snaps. But yeah, you'll see as time goes by, you know, also you'll notice when we get the camera tool, because my character is no longer ever dim. It was shortly after this, or, you know, when we got the sliders where we could start really playing with the settings of the avatar. I think it was around here, because, yeah, this one definitely has boosted saturation. Yep, there we have the moon setting, the light here. But yeah, from here on out, the snaps start looking immaculate. Because this is when we got the changes to the camera tool. And this is really where, you know, snaps started to get really fun for me. Because I had control over lighting and saturation and the way everything kind of came together. This is also around where it became very popular to get closer to the avatar with the camera. All the way up to now. Now here we are. Vortex, as someone said earlier, it's a marathon, not a sprint. It's a learning process. Absolutely, absolutely. All right, all right. Mammy Daisy said, I see your Alice in Wonderland snap a lot. Or a lot of people love that one. Yeah, a lot of people tell me that's my favorite, their favorite snap of mine. That one did get ranked 2, so it got a lot of attention. I do like that one though. It was a really fun challenge, and I really like the way it came out. Also, what's fun about that one is it helped me prove a point as well, because when the tag system was in play, I was trying to tell people they didn't have to tag max. Like, you don't have to put all the 4 and 3 tag items on. So for this challenge, one of the 4 tag items was that frozen scarf, the one with the reindeer emblem, and I hated the way it looked. So I got rid of the high value scarf, and I used a 1 tag pair of headphones because it looked so much better with like the Dreamlight logo in purple, and I ended up getting rank 2. And that made me happy because I was trying to convince more people that when you made an outfit, you wanted to use high-value items, but you didn't need to use every single one. So this snap I really liked because it helped me prove, you know, that you could do really good without, you know, just tag maxing. And also, you know, it turned out really nice. You know, Cheshire's probably my favorite thing about the photo. All right. But yeah, before we start working on some builds here, let me know if there's anybody here that wants me to take, if you got a review from me for Cozy Dreams, and you did not get the results you were hoping for, let me know, and we can take a look at your snap now. Otherwise, we will get to work on the build. But I would like to extend that offer now before we move on. LOTR said, yeah, I got 1,500. Send it to me via Discord DM LOTR. We'll take a look at it. Mammy Daisy, did you get a review? So I want to focus on the snaps we physically reviewed already. That way we can build on, you know, whatever work we were doing on them prior, and we can discuss what we might be able to do next time. Vortex says, sadly, I was in a party community for that week. Really? It feels like you've been here for a month now, you know? I'm used to seeing you every day in the chat now. It's funny how quick I get used to having people here when I see them consistently. Now, Varia said, I got 2,500. I didn't have much time this week. Hey, if you didn't have much time and you got 2,500, that's really good. That's really good. In the past, that likely would have been 4K. But again, they reduced the bracket size. So a 2,500 Moonstone reward now would have been 4,000 Moonstones 6 months ago. In most cases. Unless you're like on the lower end of 2,500, of course. Oh, Mammy Daisy, that's going to be... So, Ashley put it in chat if you want to know how the review process works. Yeah, Ashley will help you with that if you're interested in the review process. But you're not going to be able to have a review today. So today, I'll take a look at snaps that we reviewed for Cozy Dreams. But I don't have time to look at everybody, so we're going to focus on the ones that we actively reviewed. But yeah, if you got a review and you didn't get the results you were hoping for, you can send me your snap and I'll take a look at it. There's LTR. Yeah, this one was pretty. You know, you did a good job on this one. This certainly had the potential for 4K. But, you know, like we've discussed, there were a lot of good snaps out there. So, you did a good job. Don't feel like you failed. Don't feel like, you know, you dropped the ball. You have good character lighting. Good light bloom because the moon is nice and crisp. One thing I did notice for this week. So, you know how LOTR, we always talk about the beauty factor playing a very large role in Dream Snaps? Yo, Fim, thank you, my friend. Let's go, dude. Fim Fatale coming in with a $10 dono. All right.
Another
thank you,
4K
Fim.
week. I learn something new every time you're on stream.
Let's go.
Grateful for you.
Grateful for you, my friend. Thank you for helping us with yet another goal. Goal number 157 today. We've hit our previous 156 goals in a row. So every day is a new record right now. Thank you for making that possible, Fim. You've done a lot to support my channel, and I really appreciate that. I'm just glad to hear that you get some good insight from the channel. Means a lot to me. Very happy to hear you find the content helpful. That is awesome. That is awesome. And thank you again, my friend. Thank you again. Congrats on another 4K submission. Very happy to hear that. I see another first-time chatter as well. K. Marnes says, hi from France. I just wanted to thank you for the advice. It really helped me improve my Dream Snaps. Oh, let's go. That's awesome, K. Marnes. Well, very happy to hear that. Good luck on your future challenges, and thank you for being here. All right. So, to your snap here, LOTR, this is a beautiful snap. I think this definitely could have gotten 4K if it popped up against the right things. But as we say, it comes down to what you pop up against, and there were a lot of very good challenges out there. You highlighted the bed well, you had good character lighting, but one thing I did notice with a lot of the dreamy snaps, daytime seemed to be quite popular. Like, I used it for mine too. Now, I'm not saying you had to use daytime, but if we check submission here, a lot of the dreamy crystal landscapes did very well that had the good sunset lighting that gives the really nice saturation because it kind of amplifies the beauty factor. So, for example, if we pull this photo up, and a lot of them were like this. That's the thing. A lot of people are getting really good at snaps. So it doesn't mean your snap was bad. It just means, you know, it popped up against some really great snaps. Because your snap certainly could have gotten 4K if it popped up against the right things. So what we're going to do is we're going to open both your snap and my snap in a small window and view them as if they popped up at the same time for a vote. Now, I'm not saying my snap would beat yours every time or anything. Basically, I'm just pointing out which one might stand out better. And when I was looking at the results on Facebook from a lot of submissions, you would think the nighttime dreams would have worked just as good because the challenge even said the sun is down and it's time for bed, and nighttime dreams work. But when a lot of people made their dream scenes, they used sunset lighting to get really good color and really good saturation. So if you look at the color here versus here, it's going to be harder to be competitive against snaps that offer more of this color. And to not just use mine as an example, let's also go to Facebook, because every Wednesday on my Facebook, be sure to follow. Every Wednesday on my Facebook, I share my dream snap that I made when voting closes, and I ask everyone to share theirs and share their results. So we get a ton of results and comments. I turn Professor Tank. Oh, geez, that was loud. We get a ton of results and comments, you know, for that week's particular challenge. And one thing I noticed for this week. Today we're going. Stop it, bro. What are you doing? Today we're going to take a look. I'm muting this. I'm muting this. Oh my God. Why did it open my video every time? Okay. So when we look at these results, a lot of the people I see that got 4K with a very similar scene to yours had that optimal sunset lighting. And I think it was probably harder to stand up against them because of how much color and saturation and vibrancy they offer to these dream spaces. Like this one, for example, is another nighttime one, 1500. This one has the sunset lighting once again, and this got rank 11. Now this one has daytime lighting, but it got rank, or it only got 1500. So even some that had daytime lighting aren't always going to get, you know, the results you're hoping for. Like, for example, this Candyland got 4K, but there was another really good Candyland that didn't. Let me see if I can find it. Like this one. This one got 2500. So ultimately, it'll come down to what you pop up against. But Ashley, just like yours, you know, she had a similar shape. She got 2500. Really good beauty elements here, though. And 2500 is still very, very good. But let's look at Hope's as a good example here. Hope made a lot of changes to her snap. And she ended up getting 4K. But we have the good sunset lighting here. Eyes closed with the Pegasus, which is another big recommendation I had for the pose. Because again, like we were discussing earlier, not only do you want a beautiful photo, but you want to kind of communicate something with your pose each week. Finding a clever way to sell the idea of the theme or interact with something in your environment utilizing your pose. Like, I have no doubt that your Crafted with Care snap that you did is going to get 4K. I would be surprised if it doesn't, because it has a very, very strong pose. But for a snap where you're dreaming or you're in a dream scene, the act of having your eyes closed like this and having like a beautiful scene around you is going to resonate very well. So I'm not surprised this got 4K. Now you have the same pose here, and you don't need the Pegasus. I didn't have the Pegasus as mine. I think it's really just the time of day. I think this would have been better with the good sunset lighting. And perhaps without the trees. When you build a dream scene, there's a lot of items you could be using that are gonna have a much better like dream quality. Like I didn't use any trees here in mine. And if we go to back to Hope's as well, let me see if I can find it. You'll notice this one also doesn't really have any trees in the shot. It's all like the glowing crystals. It has a very ethereal feel. So if we look at it compared, you know, your snap is very beautiful. And like I said, it certainly could have gotten 4K. But as we've discussed, snaps are getting more competitive. And you're likely to pop up against other good snaps. You know, especially when you get into that 4K range. And you're going to have to fend them off to keep that 4K. So you have the big crystals back here. You have one big blue one, one big pink one, and one big orange one. But I think if you would have upped the level of magic you have in the background here, also the aurora would have been very nice. So a bit more magical qualities I think would have gone over well here. Either way, it was a strong snap. Amplifying the beauty element ultimately I think would have made it even stronger. And that's just going to be the case with a lot of them. Like, I think one that's kind of surprising is Bob's is here. You know, this one has the daylighting. And it has a lot of the magical properties that I was talking about. So it's got a lot of the big crystals. It's got this beautiful blue swirl. And it has the aurora.
Notice me, senpai. Notice me.
Hey, thank you, my friend. Thank you, Ginger Snap. Greatly appreciate that. Greatly appreciate that. I don't have the aurora. It's been useful for snaps I'm seeing. Oh, it's super useful, yeah. If it ever pops up in your recommended LOTR, definitely consider it. It was pretty cheap when it came. I think it's only like $1,200. But it is super useful as a sky filler. Also, one other thing before I get into Bob's, I want to go back to yours here. I do recommend building a little closer in if you can. That way you don't have as much empty space. You got the castle at a great position here. I think if you had the crystals starting next to the castle here, and maybe some other items going across, I think it could have been stronger. And then that would have also filled up more of the sky. So if you don't have the aurora, you can always try not to show as much sky. Now for Bob's, you know, this one has the lighting we were talking about. It has that beautiful sunset lighting. It has that beautiful saturation. It has lots of these magical qualities. And we have the crystals in the back. I do think more crystals over here instead of the wall would have been good. But I also think with how close the avatar is, Pegasus, as cute as he is taking up a lot of the shot. And I think this might have been better. This might have done better with Pegasus actually hidden and with the eyes closed. Because this has the good lighting. And it's got a very magical, very strong dream quality. But I think the Pegasus might have been a bit much here. And my big recommendation with the Pegasus, like if you're, you know, for using the Pegasus, I think it's strongest to get, you know, a good dream pose to make it seem as if you're dreaming. But you guys both had good plays, like using horses. The other thing is how you position them, though. Like, you know, for this horse, I wanted it very close, very noticeable right behind me. And if you have big elements like the Pegasus in the front of your scene as well, like if I had kept him here, we wouldn't really get the beauty from the castle. And with my background built pretty close in, I didn't have to fill out too much in this space. And we were able to make sure everything was very lush and very full. Now, I might pay the price this week. I might not get 4K because I might have made it too busy. One thing I always try to do is have some little opening in my scene. Like just the fact that we have the crystal pathing here kind of opens the snap up a bit. And I think it's good to have some open space as long as it's detailed with, like we have this detail with sapphires and the crystal stones. But ultimately, you know...
Notice me, senpai.
Hey,
Notice me.
thank you, Sunshine. Much appreciated. Also, Mammy, thank you for the 100 bits as well. Oh, thank you for the 110. Oh, we hit our goal. Let's go. Another day, another goal. 157 consecutive goals now. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate that. But yeah, you had a beautiful snap here, LOTR. It was very pretty. It had a good beauty factor. But at the end of the day, you know, like we've said, getting 4K has become more competitive. And there are a lot of snaps out there with a very, very strong beauty factor. And really, it's just going to come down to how often you pop up against those. Now, I know 1,500 makes you scratch your head because you would say, well, you know, wouldn't I at least get 2,500 then? But there's also a lot of really strong snaps in that 2,500 range. And on the flip side, like we've said, there will be snaps that get to 4K that aren't even this good. That's why I know this had a chance for 4K. This had a shot at 4K. If you look at some of the snaps out there that got 4K, some of them aren't even nearly as good as this. Like, it's not even close. But if they had the fortunate luck of popping up against random selfies and random quest photos, then they're going to get a nice boost from that. They're going to get a lot of votes from that. And maybe the other, you know, once you get towards the 4K range, you're going to start popping up against other good photos. You'll notice that when you vote, like on Tuesdays, you'll start to see good photo versus good photo more consistently. Like, you'll be voting and two really good photos will pop up next to each other. And that's kind of how the system determines who stays and who goes. So, and it'll do the same thing for 2,500. And if you're unlucky, you can end up popping up against some really good stuff. And if you're lucky, you could end up popping up against stuff that shouldn't even be there. So there will be weeks where good snaps don't get their, you know, quite what they deserve. And there will, well, that's every week. Every week there will be snaps that don't get what they deserve. And every week there will be snaps in 4K that make you scratch your head. So ultimately, you know, the best thing you can do is continue to seek out improvement to get to the point to where you can compete with even the best of them that are out there. And I think some of the things you can do for this one, for example, I think what would have made this a little bit stronger here, showcasing the horse a bit better, I think would have been good. Maybe a longer mane, and you could have given it colors that match like these crystals. You could have done a pink and blue mane and had it a little closer to you because it's a very small feature in the photo. I get the idea of wanting it to pull the carriage here, but you don't necessarily need the carriage. The beauty factor you can get from the horse is much stronger. And then on top of that, I think sunset lighting, the beauty factor that allows for, if there's ever a case in which you can use sunset lighting, I would say go for it because it's typically very strong with voters. It has a very high beauty factor. And I would build a bit closer in, especially if you don't have the aurora. That way we don't have as much exposed sky. And perhaps more of these big crystals would have been a good feature to have as well. But yeah, it's a strong snap. You know, I'm not saying that you have to do all those things, you know, to get 4K every week, but with some of the things you popped up against, they probably just had a very, very strong beauty factor. And those elements could have made this more competitive. All right, let's see. I think we got another snap to look at here. Navaria, did we review yours? I can't remember if we reviewed yours. Bob says, I've had a lot of gaps in my day, so I'm half lurking, watching between haircuts. Nice, nice. Also, Bobs, thank you for the gift to my friend. Very nice of you. Very nice. Appreciate you guys hitting up that hype train. You guys really don't have to do that. We already hit today's goal, so it is very much appreciated. Question, does the sunrise not work as well in photography, the golden hour sunrise? Actually, that is a good question. I like sunrise and sunset. In fact, I always refer to sunset lighting because when you use the sunset, all the lights activate. They don't activate at sunrise. Now, if you're not using lights, sunrise is really good. Especially, this is a rank 2 that I got, and I got it using sunrise. Now, the reason I use sunrise here as opposed to sunset is because in the lagoon, the sun actually sets behind the mountain, so you don't get good lighting. So you can use sunrise, but if your goal, if you have like street lights in the back that you don't want to have to turn on manually, and I do have street lights behind these crystals to make them glow more. There's also a light right here. So all the lights will automatically activate during the sunset hours of the day, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. And that's why sunset is what I refer to most. But you can use sunrise as well. It just depends on where you are. I would use sunset 9 times out of 10, unless I'm in a biome where the sun doesn't set in the right place, in which case I'll use sunrise. But that's a good question. LOTR said, thank you. We'll consider for future snaps. Gotcha, gotcha. All right, so we did reviews yours, Navaria. Now, you got 2,500, which is really good. So you still got a great rank for this. I definitely think the sunset lighting is one of the things that helps you lock in the 2,500 for sure. The motif is fun. Merlin works really good with the celestial stuff. Now, for this snap, you have a good beauty factor in the avatar. But compared to other scenes, with you standing right in front of a lot of the beauty in your scene is going to come from your dreamscape behind you. And with you standing directly in front of it, close to the camera, we don't get to make the most of the beauty in this backdrop. So if we look at some other submissions, because yeah, you do have great lighting there. Let me see if I can go back to my Facebook. This can be a good example. This is another one we reviewed. So, like you, they did a bedroom/dream build. They're close to the frame, and they're in the middle of the shot. But we can see a lot of strong beauty factor from the dream here on the right, as they're not obstructing it quite as much. I think for this one, if you would have expanded the view into the dream a bit, I think this could have gone better. But you're so close to 4K when you get 2,500 that it's hard to say. Ultimately, like I said, you got to out-beauty your competitor. So votes are the only thing that determine rank now. You know, tags are out the window. It's just votes. So when you don't get 4K, you know for a fact that there were a few occasions where you weren't able to best what you popped up against. And typically that's just going to come down to theme and beauty. Now you have the theme here. That's very clear. And it's a beautiful photo, which is still why it got 2,500. But I think it could have been even more competitive if we had been able to see more of your dreamscape, because you get so much beauty out of this element. Even if we didn't see much of a dreamscape, I think another good example, if we go to this rank 2 here, it's mostly a bedroom. But there's a lot of beauty in the bedroom with the golden walls. You have these beautiful sparkles. There's some good light casting. Like they have... I do think this would have been better with a little bit of character lighting on the avatar, though. But ultimately, you know, if you pop up against the right things, you could end up here, too. So, beauty factor is very important. In this one, they have about the same size of a dream scene as you. but they've positioned themselves in a way to where we can see the beauty of that dream scene very well. We also get the beauty of the aurora coming down into the scene. So back to your shot here. I think you did a lot of things very well. And had you popped up against the right photos, this certainly would have gotten a better rank. What you could have done to make this a bit more beautiful, I believe, is, I don't know if you have the aurora, but that would have been very nice. And then showcasing a bit more of the dream. Because, the double walls here, I feel like we see these walls quite a bit. And the downside to playing up these walls a lot is you're not able to put things on these walls. You can put things in front of them. And you do have good items here. But if we were able to open this up, I think it would have been a bit stronger. At least in terms of the beauty factor. You're not going to get as much of a beauty factor off the bookshelf here. And then another thing worth considering would be starlight projectors. That's something I talked about a lot. So notice how this one, they have the same bookshelves you do, but they put a starlight projector over here on the left side of the screen. And we have this purple light coming up over the bed and over the bookshelf, adding these magical sparkles. So even the bedroom side feels dreamy. So we have this dreamy bedroom over here, and then we have the floating petals, which add to the beauty factor, and then we see a lot of the dream here. That's why when I was building my snap for this challenge, I decided to full send on the dream because I knew I could amplify the beauty a lot more if I didn't go for the bedroom walls. Now, in my tips guide, I mentioned the bedroom walls can be a great thing to do if you don't want to go through the trouble of decorating like an entire dream scene. And there are ways to make that look really good. Like, I think we see it here. They have a lot of diversity in their bedroom walls. They use the wood pillars. There's the rounded wood beam here. And then they really decorated the bedroom. Instead of having open carpet, they have a pile of books here, an open book here. They set tea here. They have a frog. They have a little stuffed plushie. They have Lady with them. And they have an open book. And then the dream space in the background. Since they're seated, we can see all of it really well. So we get all the beauty factor out of that as well. So a snap like this is going to do really well because the beauty factor is not just coming from the dream. It's coming from the dream and the bedroom, which gives it a very, very strong chance against most snaps because the entire scene has a strong beauty element. Now, again, yours also had a strong beauty element. But there's a lot of snaps out there with strong beauty elements. So any way you can make that even stronger, you want to try to do. So perhaps doing more around the room. And then even something different with the pose. Like this one, hand over her chest, kind of in awe at the beauty of the environment, I think communicates what she's going for very, very well. And this one also highlights what I've been talking about when it comes to how much voters love a scene that kind of tells a story. The fact that she's posed down here on the bed on the floor with an open book, with her stuffed toys, with her puppy, and then we see the dream behind her. A pose that tells a story or communicates the theme is almost always going to be stronger than one that doesn't. Now, the pose you used was good. It goes with what you're going for, the celestial vibe, like having the hourglass. But I think poses like this are going to be a lot stronger. All right, let's see. But yeah, beautiful snap. Certainly could have gotten 4K had it come up against the right things. All right. Well, I think that's... Yeah, let me know if there's anybody else who wants me to take a look at their snap. If you did not get the results you were hoping for, let me know. Let me know. I can take a peek at it. If you got a review for Cozy Dreams. Because we also got to get to work on our example scenes here. Mammy Daisy, it's just for, you know, as we explained, it's just for people that got reviews for Cozy Dreams. So if you got a review for Cozy Dreams, we'll take a look at your snap. But I'm not going to have time to look at every snap. I want to focus on the ones we already looked at during the review process. Denny said, can you look at mine to how it could have gotten a low result? I did get a review. Yeah, if you did, yeah. Did you send it to me? You only got 900. Send it to me in a DM if you don't mind. Let me know once you send it. I'll take a look at it. Cheese Band, yeah, your votes still count. Doesn't matter how many moonstones you've collected, even if you've already collected the 50. Your votes are still going to count as long as you're voting on snaps. Bob says, looking forward to seeing some example scenes. I knew the Star Wars stuff was coming, so I had to save all my moonies for them. Can't decide if I want to do that or Aladdin. I'm doing example scenes for both. We're actually going to build my Star Wars scene on Frosted Heights so I can show that you can use any floating island. Denny said sent. Okay. Let's take a look real quick. All right. Well, you know, we talked about this too, and interestingly, you know, I had at the beginning of the stream today, people that didn't get the results they were hoping for, some of them were telling me, oh, it's because the voters wanted to see bedrooms. If that's the case, then I wouldn't have gotten 4K, and this wouldn't have gotten 900. So that's not entirely the case. So when we reviewed yours, Denny, I did tell you that this was very risky. I did tell you that. And I did tell you I think you should actually showcase a dream, and you didn't take my advice. It's pretty. It's beautiful. But if we go to what the challenge states, and this is what I told you during your review as well, it states, decorate and dress for a scene from your favorite peaceful dream. So what's interesting is yours is kind of similar to the Rank 2 because they just made a bedroom and they have a Tinkerbell motif here to showcase their dream. Whereas you made a bedroom and showcased magic carpet to showcase your dream. But during the review, I recommended something more like this for you. You know, something that showcases an actual dreamscape. Because that's what the challenge asked of us. So the challenge said, decorate and dress for a scene from your favorite peaceful dream. And if we look at most of the top submissions, they all have these dreamscapes built into them because of that. And I did warn you that not doing so was a big risk, like not creating some kind of dream space. Beauty without theme will only get you so far with certain voters. Now, had you gotten lucky enough, you could have gotten voters that didn't care about the last sentence of the challenge here. So again, the last sentence of the challenge says, decorate and dress for a scene from your favorite peaceful dream. Which is why, you know, all during the review process, while we were taking a look at snaps, I was highlighting having a bed and then making the entire photo a beautiful dream. Or, on the flip side, creating a bedroom plus a dream. This was what I recommended for everybody. And I recommended it for you too, but you did not take the advice there. You stuck with your concept, which is fine. It's your snap at the end of the day, but I told you it was risky and that if you got the wrong voters, it could bite you. And it looks like it did. You have good character lighting. You know, you got a nice angle of the avatar and you have a pretty bedroom. And the starlight projectors add some good beauty here. But the thing is, your competition built dreams. Most people built dreams and not just the bedroom. You do have magic carpet that indicates that you're dreaming, but again, you know, this is what you were up against. So the fact that you got 900, I don't think it comes down to beauty because your picture is pretty. You know, you do have a beautiful photo. This is very beautiful. And the fact that you got 900 tells me that it has more to do with theme than it has to do with beauty here. So, you know, and that's exactly why when we did your review, you know, I tried to tell you it was a very risky snap. And if we look at the other snaps that we reviewed, like Beyblades here, I assumed this would do very good. I pointed out that it wasn't risky. It was very strong. It showcased a bed. They built a beautiful dream. And of course, it ended up getting 4K. And there are a lot of examples of that. This is another one we reviewed that got 4K. We see the same thing here. You know, they built a beautiful dream. The thing is, you know, this is your competition if you want to get 4K. Like, this is what you're up against. It's really hard to compete with snaps like this. When, you know, they have all these magical dream elements. There's like this beautiful aurora in the sky. We have clouds. We have the celestial items. When your photo is in free mode like this, that's another thing I don't necessarily recommend is free mode. I talk about that a lot. If you want to get close to the avatar, it's often better to use something to push the camera. Free mode can be really good. I've gotten great ranks using it, but it's a bit more technical. I think you would have performed better if you had taken my advice on this challenge and built a dreamscape. Of course, there was a chance for this to get 4K. As long as you deliver on concepts of the theme, you can get 4K. You can even get rank 1. It just depends on what you pop up against. But, again, there's a lot of really, really good snaps out there. So I would recommend choosing the route that allows you to add the most beauty to your shot. So your photo is beautiful, but the beauty level of your photo versus the beauty of a photo like this, there's a wide gap there. There's a wide gap. So you have a shot in a room, and you have the bed, you have some furniture. But in this shot, you know, we have the bed here on the right. We have fairy bubbles. There's the light here. There's this telescope. There's these blossom trees. There's the aurora, this beautiful house in the back. We have all these magical elements, all these magical dream elements, giving this a very, very good beauty factor. It's hard to compete with photos like this. And again, I think, you know, the voters that you received, they were looking for dreams. Now, again, if you would have gotten lucky, you could have gotten voters that were fine with bedrooms. But that's why the option, that's exactly why during these reviews, I was so particular about making sure you had either a bed, a bedroom, and a dream. I was very clear on that the entire review day. So I think it just kind of came back to bite you that you didn't heed my warning. I think theme held you back there. Bob says definitely super competitive. Yeah, it has been. It has been. Cowboy Barbie, hello. Hey, hey. My chat has not been working today, but I wanted to say hey. Oh, I'm glad it's working now. Hello, hello. Yeah, Dee-da-da, as we discuss every week, you know, all the voters are a bit different, you know, what kind of voters you get. There's also literal children that play this game. You got to keep that in mind, too. There are children out there that will just vote willy-nilly for, like, whatever's on the left side of the screen just to get moonstones. Like, you can get those voters, too. At the end of the day, you know, there's no way to make your snap perfect for all voters. That's why you just want to try to make your snap as beautiful as possible so you have a better chance with all voters. And that's also why you want to be as on theme as you possibly can be, because on the off chance that you do have the unfortunate luck of getting very particular voters, you need to be able to win them over. You need to be able to win them over just like you can win over, you know, the basic voters, because they exist. There are going to be voters out there that are looking for every single aspect of what the theme says. So for Cozy Dreams, if you did not decorate a scene from your favorite peaceful dream, as it states right here, there are going to be people that will not vote for you. And that can lead to you getting 900 moonstones. Now, if you're lucky, you could end up still getting 4,000 even if you didn't do this. If you happen to get the voters that are just voting quick and easy, you know. There are going to be voters that are only logging on to vote 10 times. They're not going to skip. They're not going to skip anything. They're going to, you know, they'll vote for this. They'll come in here and vote for these. So they'll say, okay, this one's prettier. It's got the Aurora. They're not going to skip. They're not going to pass. They're going to vote on the first 10 snaps they see because they're literally just here to get their moonstones. So those voters exist too. But the voters that are very particular on the scene, you got to keep in mind they're out there as well. And you could end up with one or the other, so the best thing to do is to appease both. Make a beautiful scene that fully communicates the theme. One of the most important, that's why, you know, for all my Dreamsnap tip videos, if you watch them, the Thursday videos, they all start the same. With the intro out of the way, we're going to start by discussing the most important part of any Dreamsnap challenge, the theme. I say that every week. And every week, I fully break down what the theme says. So during my video guide on Cozy Dreams, I was very specific about what I recommended. Now, you can choose to disregard what I say. It's your snap. But if it ends up drastically underperforming, maybe take what I say into consideration next time. You know, it's all about learning. It's all about growing. So if you're like, you know, I know Senpai said we need to decorate a scene from a dream, but I don't really feel like doing that. And then you get the results you weren't hoping for. Then on the next challenge, you know, just consider what my angle is and try to approach it that way. Again, you might get lucky and it might not matter. You know, there are going to be weeks where it doesn't matter. If you get the right voters, they'll vote for you just because you got a pretty photo. But you want to be equipped with your Dreamsnap to handle any kind of voter, whether it's a critical voter, a speed voter, somebody that's, you know, just looking for beauty. That's why you want your photo to pop. That's why you want good color. You want good saturation. You want good lighting. That way, for the people that are fast and just choosing what pops up that looks best first, they're not even putting thought into it, you'll stand out. You'll get their vote. That's why I often use, you know, good quality lighting and good saturation because, you know, a lot of people vote on small screens, right? So if you're voting on a Switch, for example, if you have 2 photos pop up, and one has beautiful sunset lighting, or let's say I'll take one from a different challenge. Let's just take this one. If these were from the same challenge, the one on the left would likely win with a speed voter. The colors pop more. The corners in this shot are very dark. So there's a lot of darkness in the shot. There's a lot of gray in this shot. A shot like this is going to do better with fast voters because it's well saturated. It's bright. It's got color diversity. It's going to stand out immediately. So if you look at both of these on a small screen, you got to put yourself in the shoes of a speed voter, somebody that's just there to get their 50 moonstones and leave. And they're going to click for whichever one stands out first. When we look at these on a small level, this one clearly, the one on the right, this is very clearly standing out more. So building your snaps this way to where they stand out well is going to work good for speed voters. For the more technical voters, you're going to want to do something like this while keeping in mind every concept of the theme, everything the theme is trying to break down. That's why I mentioned it was very important to have the bed. We want to make it very clear that we're dreaming. And then since the challenge asked us to make a dream scene, we want to build a magical environment or window or doorway that clearly shows some kind of dream. And the way we make that clear is, you know, the challenge also mentioned a glowing moment. So glowing elements like the aurora, like clouds, like luminescent flowers, starlight projectors, these glowing elements make it feel so much dreamier. So those are going to be strong as well. Sarah says, my daughter does vote that way just fast. She doesn't care about theme. She likes the pets and pictures, though. See, that's exactly what I mean. You know, voters like that exist. Voters like that exist. You could have a really, really pretty picture, but you could lose to a photo next to you because it has a cute squirrel or fox because the kid voting likes foxes, you know? That's what I mean when I say you don't have much control over your voters or, you know, over what you pop up against. So you shouldn't be too hard on yourself when you know, when you underperform every once in a while, you know? Like, don't beat yourself up if you get 2,500, then 1,500, and then you're back to 4K. That's going to happen occasionally. You can get unlucky with your voters, or you can get unlucky with what you pop up against. Just always prepare for the worst. Assume that when people view results from when people are voting, assume you're going to pop up against like some of the best snaps and try to make your snap competitive as possible. So, you know, finding ways to have a fun and unique pose that works well for the scene you've made. If the back or like if the middle, so for this snap, for example, you know, this kind of takes me back to Nelvaria's, which got 2,500, but it was good. But I'm in front of the most beautiful part of this scene, which is the castle with the water. So I really don't want to block this. Like Nelvaria was in front of her beautiful dream doorway. Now, what could have been done differently there is if you were to eclipse, let's say, Pluto. We can angle 45 degrees to the right. We can pop Pluto on. We hide Pluto. We adjust focus. We get timing. And now we can see the center of the photo. And we have a good beauty factor on the avatar. She looks really pretty. She's not facing the sun anymore, so we're going to boost character lighting. And we got her looking at the tea. So she's enjoying the tea here. We can see the beautiful pond. Now we can add some luminescent lily pads in here, get some more beauty factor in there. And of course, we would add some things to the left and the right of this shot. But yeah, the pose is one of the most important things about your snap. It's something you're going to get a lot of beauty element from, and the way you position your avatar is also going to be very important depending on your background and how your scene is built. So if you have something very beautiful in the center of your scene, a more traditional pose where you're in the middle of the photo might not be the best. So like we wouldn't want to do something like this or this, because it is going to obstruct that beauty. So we'll need to get creative with how we position the avatar there. All right, let's see. LOTR said, since the change, I only vote if it's one I think deserves 4K. Yeah, some people do that. Some people do that. I've started doing that because now for my voting, I've been doing it for weekly channel member videos. So for anybody who's a channel member on YouTube, every Saturday or Sunday, I'll upload a video of me voting. But to make the video interesting, I intentionally skip and hunt down snaps I think that are deserving of 4K, and I find 10 of them and I vote for them. Otherwise, it's just not a very interesting video. Not to mention, since votes are the only thing that matter now, I see a lot of snaps getting 4K that don't really deserve that rank, and I see snaps that do deserve 4K, like LOTRs this week, or Novarias, and many others that do deserve 4K that didn't get it. So because of that, you know, since voting is all that matters now, I intentionally like to seek out snaps that I think deserve 4K, and those are the ones I give the votes to. But most people aren't like that. Most people just choose between the two photos. But if I can have even a small role in trying to make sure the snaps that put a lot of effort in and a lot of thought into their build are the ones getting the maximum reward, aside from the top 5, then I'm going to do that, you know. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Everybody can vote the way they want to vote. That's the beautiful thing in voting, you know. It's up to you as the player, you know. There's no right or wrong way to vote. It's just your way. It's your way. Nanda says, I don't find anything 4K worthy. I just have to skip a whole bunch. So, for example, like if you watch my YouTube video, my first one, and the one I did last weekend, I just edited out the skipping. But if you watch my one from the weekend before that, I fast forwarded and I skipped so many photos to find good ones. But like if we go to vote right now, usually Wednesdays is pretty tough to find good snaps. But yeah, it's a lot of skipping. I have to skip quite a bit to find, because you'll see a lot of, and you know, if you pop up against stuff like this, you know, like this, even though they didn't really do the theme at all, this could get a vote here because it's up against a random selfie. And that's what I mean. You know, what you pop up, usually when I do come across a good photo, it's almost always up against another good photo, which is funny. Like this will probably get a bunch of votes, but they're not crafting anything. But it has Mickey and Minnie, and it's very pretty. It's got a really good beauty factor. And one can argue, well, they're a florist. Well, they look like a gardener. Like, show me them making a bouquet. Show me them crafting something, and I'll vote for it. But I'm not voting for this. But yeah, it's hard to find the good ones. That's a quest photo. You'll see a lot of those. And I know this is also why people, you know, tend to be hard on themselves when they don't get 4K. Because when they vote, they see this stuff. And they're like, well, why the heck did I get a better result? But what they're not considering is that most of these are getting 300 and 600. You know, most of these won't break that region. This one's pretty good. We got some fabric. We got a spindle. We got some crafts desks here. It's not bad. Oh, the clock one on the left was actually good for a selfie. I should have looked at it. We got a pottery one. I mean, it could be better, but it's not horrible. They did the theme. Not necessarily a 4K, but it's good. But yeah, I usually have to skip a lot to find, you know, a good 4K photo. I will tell you, though, it's a lot easier if you wait till the weekend. Because once other photos start getting votes, they'll start popping up against other good photos to kind of narrow down the 4K range. But voting on Wednesday is the worst day because there aren't a lot of results in yet, so it just shows you pretty much everything. Oh, there we go. We found a 4K snap. There we go. Nice. It didn't take too long. This is very good. This is certainly deserving of 4K. Look at this beautiful pottery snap. And you know what I love about this is that they even built the environment around the pottery. And this is what I mean. You will find 4K snaps, guys. Like, they're just not that common. You know, you're talking about 4 out of every 100 people. So, you know, looking for those snaps, you're going to have to skip a good bit to come across them. But this is certainly deserving of 4K. Are there things they could do even better? Yeah. You know, there's something they could do better here. I think maybe putting some more details in the space here, but this is certainly deserving of 4K. The rainbow in the back, the fact that they did the gazebos to pair with the, like, the Greek vase here is so cool. Like the Phil statues in the back. But yeah, this is great. This is great. Very strong. Certainly deserving of my vote. So yeah, you know, it's a lot of skips, but you will find them. You will find them. But most people don't have this much time. You know, most people don't want to sit here and skip over and over, so they'll just vote for... They'll eventually just vote for whatever to get their moonies, and that's the thing. So... And I think this is more of a tricky challenge this week. So there's going to be a lot of snaps that don't quite deliver on this theme. Which is also why I was telling people when we did the reviews, as long as you are making something, you'll have a chance at 4K. Even if it's not a craftsman role. Like, even if you're making food or baking or painting, you'll have a shot at 4K. The more particular voters like me, however, you know, we will definitely be looking for people that are actively crafting, like craftsman roles. See, these people both did the theme. This just could be stronger if they had a different outfit that kind of made sense. I'm not sure why they're posing with a pickaxe. You know, as somebody that is making outfits, the pickaxe doesn't really make sense. And they're really far away from the camera. But they'll probably get some votes for that. This one is actively working on a dress, which is great. But the plain white empty wall could be better. And we could also have some details over here. Like the whole right-hand side is a bit empty. And there's nothing on this wall either. But I do like the way they got their pose. I think that's a good job. And then this one didn't do the theme at all. So easy vote for this one for most people. Pain, what's up, bro? Pain said, sheesh. What's up, dude? Hello, hello. Welcome, my friend. Welcome. Thank you for the 10 months, brother. Thank you, thank you. All right. Well, let's get to work on setting up these examples because I got to get this wrapped up before tomorrow for tomorrow's video. We should probably go work on the Star Wars one before too much time gets away from us. Let's go to Dazzle Beach. You guys wanted me to do the desert build on not Dazzle Beach. We're gonna build it in Frosted Heights because you guys wanted to get funky. We're gonna make a Tatooine desert build in Frosted Heights. Now, before I do this, I'm gonna record this scene because I like to have my snaps recorded. So I'm gonna hide my avatar, hide my companion. Oh, I already removed my Aurora. Dang it. Oh well, I'll just delete it. I got some recordings. It wasn't the finished version. Oh, crap. Well, before we do that, there's one thing I gotta do first. I just realized we can finish our bamboo. So I'm gonna go get that new bamboo item real quick. I gotta grab 99 hardwood and 99 softwood. I don't think that's the case at all, Vortex. Because if that were, it would be way more consistent what you pop up against. It's voting based. So the reason you see good against good is because as photos get votes, they're more likely to pop up against other photos that got votes. That's how they determine who gets in the top ranks. That's how they determine that. So the more photos that get votes, and you'll know that if you vote on a Wednesday. You know, just now, I mean, you can rewind the stream. We found a beautiful 4K snap up against somebody that didn't even do the theme and had like barely any items. You'll also see a lot of random empty selfies up against good photos. Or, you know, so I don't think that's the case at all. I think it's very clearly not the case. I don't think there's some kind of hidden... That's the thing. I really don't want people to think there's some kind of hidden algorithm, because there's not. There's not. The only thing that's happening here, which is... And this is even more clear if you vote on Tuesday before the challenge ends. That's when you're going to get the most good photos. And the reason that is because the more votes a photo gets, the more likely it is to pop up against other photos that got a lot of votes. Otherwise, there's no way for them to lock in who gets the top ranks, realistically. So they have to pit good against good eventually. That's how they determine who stays in 4K and who goes. And if you get lucky, you'll pop up against another 4K that wasn't really that great, and you'll keep your spot. But no, I mean, you know, if we vote right now, we'll see that, you know, I mean, we just saw it. So there's no reason to even do this, but I'll do it anyway. The photos that pop up against each other don't have a correlation. So it'll be a random selfie against a good photo. Now, eventually, they will. So if hidden tags were a thing, you know, this clearly has more items. It's outdoors. Different outfit tags. You know, everything is different. This has this has Big Hero 6 items. Yeah, there's no correlation here with tags that we can see. And that's the norm. So if you go through and you check out the shots, the norm that you're going to see is that there is not correlation between these different photos up until you start seeing good versus good. That's going to start happening later on in the week, especially Tuesday. Tuesday is the best day to vote if you want to find good snaps. I always find amazing snaps on Tuesday, and that's because there are a lot of snaps out there that have received a lot of votes, and they're going to start popping up against other good snaps. So I've had a lot of streams on Tuesdays where we have voted, and we'll constantly see really good snaps versus really good snaps. If it was just tags, we would see really good snaps versus a subpar crappy snap with a bunch of random items. So I do not believe that is the case. I think there's plenty of data to the contrary, and I don't want people going down the rabbit hole of thinking that is the case, because then people are going to start making excuses for why they're not getting the results they want to get, and they're going to start saying, oh, it's the algorithm's fault. It's because I got to use these items or these items. That used to be the case. The algorithm, you know, your final rank used to be determined by both votes and tags, but that's not the case anymore. And as far as what you pop up against, in the beginning, it's completely randomized. You know, we found one really good 4K snap when we voted, and it was up against something so subpar and random that I can't even remember it. Now, eventually, later on this week, that good snap we voted for is very likely to pop up against other good snaps because it's probably going to get a lot of votes. And the system is going to want to determine which of those snaps is going to surpass the other. Now, if somebody can provide me some kind of evidence to the contrary, be my guest. You know, like if you want to like break down the tags in a photo and show clearly and consistently that that is what's happening, you can. But I've already, you know, I've spent a lot of time looking at what pops up against what, and there's not much correlation until it's clearly two photos that have been both getting votes. Yeah, I'm done with the bamboo collection. I just got to get 2 more. It was the same with, like, you know, the other things. While I was working on my new builds today, oh, I forgot to grab the wood. That's why I was in my house. Dang it. No, Juju. Submitting earlier does not mean more votes. So that's another common misconception. Voting doesn't start right when you submit, Juju. So voting starts when the challenge changes. So submitting early does not mean you can get more votes, right? I've had a lot of people ask that, you know, does submitting earlier in the week give you an advantage? Well, I always submit at the very end of the week. Like, I don't submit my Dreamsnap until, like, Tuesday night. Sometimes, like, after midnight, like when there's only a few hours left, and I still get 4K. And some weeks, I have submitted early, and I've had no difference in performance. It's exactly the same as always. So the time in which you submit has absolutely zero impact on voting. So voting for Crafted with Care started today, so you don't have to worry about submitting earlier, because even if you submitted the day this challenge came out, nobody was able to vote until today. Which is why, you know, I think the system is somewhat fair. It just sucks, you know, for the weeks where you pop up against really good stuff early on. Because let's say, you know, since getting a lot of votes means you'll be put up against better snaps, what if the first time you pop up, you just get really unlucky and you're popping up against really, really good stuff like on day 1, so you're not getting day 1 votes, and then that happens on day 2, and eventually you do start getting votes, because eventually you're bound to if you have a good snap. But at that point, it's hard to make up for lost time, so you end up getting 1,200 for a snap that could have gotten 400. That can happen. That can happen. Just like the flip can happen. Like, you can have a really mediocre snap, but you just pop up against random selfies, so you get a lot of votes early. And then, you know, later on, you pop up against other snaps that got lucky, so you get lucky again. And then next thing you know, you're rank 1 for the week, you know? All right, we need hardwood and softwood. Ren, I think you're misunderstanding. Ren said there is an algorithm. A lady did the same snap exactly on 2 accounts, got 4K on one, got 900 on the other. What's funny about your comment is actually that you're showing there's not an algorithm. You're showing, or at least you're basically making a case against an algorithm, not a case for an algorithm. So there's obviously an algorithm in play. There has to be. But you're misunderstanding me when I'm saying there's no tag-based algorithm. So walk with me here, Ren. Hold my hand. Let's take a walk together, and I'll break down what I'm trying to communicate to you, okay? When it comes to the Dreamsnap system, I already explained that on Tuesday, if you vote, good photos will pop up against other good photos because they've both received votes. This is something you can fact check for yourself. If you wait until Tuesday and you vote, especially if you spend like an hour doing it, you are pretty much guaranteed to see 4K snap versus 4K snap Tuesday night. I promise you. That right there shows there's an algorithm. That proves there's an algorithm. It's voting based. That is a voting based algorithm. Now, if you paid attention to what I was saying earlier, I was saying I don't want people going down the rabbit hole of thinking there is a tag-based algorithm where you have to use certain items for visibility, because there's not. Tags no longer play a role in performance. It's just votes. There has to be an algorithm when it comes to the photos popping up against each other. That showcases an algorithm. And the funny thing is, saying a lady submitted the 2 exact same dream snaps, one got 4K and one got 900, that would actually argue against an algorithm. Because if they're against a tag-based algorithm, because if they're the exact same snaps with the exact same tags, they would perform about the same. But they didn't. So essentially what happened was on one of her accounts, she popped up against photos she could beat. And she got more votes, which put her up against other snaps she could beat. On the other account, she was matched up against snaps she could not beat. Therefore, she did not get more votes and did not get put up against other snaps. So it ultimately comes down to winning votes. The entire algorithm is vote-based. I already literally said there is. I literally just said that, Ren. I don't know what you're talking about. I just said there's an algorithm and that the algorithm is vote-based. I think you're being very selective with what you're hearing. You're like, my point is there is an algorithm. That's what I said. I just said that. My head's going to explode, bro. Are we serious? Are we being so for real right now? Yes, there is an algorithm. I've clearly stated that like 6 times now. What doesn't exist is a tag-based algorithm. That's what I'm trying to explain. So again, there is an algorithm in play. There has, H-A-S, to be, B-E. There has to be an algorithm in order for the 4K snaps to pop up against other 4K snaps on Tuesday. And even before Tuesday. That has to be the case. Because it's very consistent. It happens every week. Every single week this happens. So that algorithm is provable. It's something you can actually look at. Now, what you can't look at is a tag-based algorithm. There are not certain items you can put in your snap that guarantee success. There are not certain items you can add to your dream snap that automatically give you more visibility than other dream snaps. Okay? So there is not, in OT, not a tag-based algorithm. There is, IS, is a vote-based algorithm. Are we on the same page now? I'm hoping so, because I don't know how to make it any more clear than that. I really don't. Yeah, we got our wood, we got our bamboo. Let's go get our new item. I'm confused then. Are you agreeing or disagreeing? Sizzler, that's what I was trying to figure out. That's why I'm confused. I'm like, we're saying, you know, I've been saying the whole time that there is. My point is I don't want people going down the rabbit hole of assuming they didn't get 4K simply because they didn't place this exact table into their snap, or they didn't wear this exact back item, because that's a slippery slope. If you start to blame your results on, you know, something like that you could potentially control, you'll stop learning, you'll stop growing, and you'll stop trying to make your dream snaps better, because you'll just you'll operate under the assumption that the only reason you're not doing good is because there's some kind of item you were supposed to use for more visibility, and there's nothing you could have done better except use that item. And I really, really want to avoid people thinking that way, because it's a trap. It's a trap. You will not do better in Dream Snaps if you operate under that assumption. And that's why I always, you know, am very, very clear about my thoughts on that. I don't want people going down that rabbit hole. I don't want people falling into that trap. I want people to understand that they can do exactly what I'm doing, which is why, you know, even as a creator, I don't post my Dream Snaps on any of my socials until voting is closed. I don't want any kind of unfair advantage. I want people to see, and I even show exactly how I do what I do. I show how I use the lighting. I show how I make my builds. And each week I use, like, you know, different items from other people. So if there were, like, particular items, we would see the same types of photos with the same types of builds at the top. But it's pretty diverse. It's pretty diverse. So, yeah, my big thing is I want to avoid people falling into that pitfall or that trap. That's why I'm so passionate about that. I love this. That's so pretty. Dude, I'm going to have these everywhere. Does it have a sound like the one in Animal Crossing? Does it have the deer scare sound? Probably not. Probably doesn't. Oh, it doesn't make the boop sound. It does have a water sound, though. Okay. Well, you know, it's not all bad. That's not bad. That's pretty cool. It's very pretty. Man, Scrooge better not be charging like $20,000 for those or something crazy. I'm about to go broke again. We're going to go buy some of those, then we're going to build my Tatooine scene. We're going to build it on... we're going to build it on Frosted Heights. And the reason, if you're curious about why we're building this on Frosted Heights... At the beginning of the stream, we had people saying it was going to be tough this week if you don't have Eternity Isle. But we can make our own desert. And then we talked about how, you know, you will need a certain path for this, by the way, which is locked under a 4,000 moonstone house. But we talked about how you can essentially turn, now that we have a new path, a desert path, we can turn any floating island into a desert. And that's what we're going to try to do. Wait, how much? 8,000? That's still too much, but okay. Yeah, give me like... Wait, 29? What do you mean I can't get more than 29? What? What the heck? Why does it stop? Okay, yeah. I can't buy anymore? Bro, since when did they put limits on items? Dude, no way that... What? Dude, is that a new thing? Wait, oh, I already hit 1,000 for today. Oh, okay, I understand. Yeah, I forgot. I bought... Yeah, the new path. I bought 970 of the new path. Dang it. Okay, well, you know, crisis averted, I guess. All right. Yeah, I bought a bunch of desert sand today. I haven't hit the 1,000 daily limit in a while. That scared me. I thought I was only going to be able to have 30 bamboo pieces. But then I remembered I bought like 900 plus extra path. Okay. I thought the devs were messing with us again. All right, Frosted Island. We're going to set this up. All right. Let's clear everything out of the way. This is so funny that we're building this on Frosted Heights. All right, first things first. I'm gonna go with my male avatar, and I'm gonna go with the Anakin outfit for this. And maybe BB-8, because we haven't really used him before. I feel like that could be cute. I'm just going to use the Star Wars filter, I think. Little BB-8 headpiece. Yeah, I'll throw that on for fun. All right, let's take off the headphones, too. There we go. Yeah, I'm thinking like that. I've been wanting to use the BB-8 pose anyway, so. All right, so I know where my character's going to be. We're going to need something pretty tall here to block these trees. So probably do the new Tatooine house here on the side. And that'll be good too, because we'll be able to see it well. Now, which way did I turn for that? I think left about 45 degrees. Okay, yeah. So about 45 degrees left from where I am. Let's mark our spot with coal. All right. BB-8 pose, 45 degrees left. Noted. All right. And we're going to start with the new Tatooine house. And it needs to block the trees there, so it's going to have to be somewhat close. Okay, a little bit more right. Tiny bit more left. Perfect. Sick. The placing of that is awesome. Okay, that worked out. Might even have some swirling sand in there. I don't know. I mean, you don't really need it for the Tatooine build, but it could be kind of cool looking. We'll look into that afterwards. Tatooine market stall. Yeah, we'll need to block that icy willow there. It'd have to be a little bit closer. Rapunzel, is it really the proper time for you to come in here painting? So close. You can still kind of see above it. You know, we can always put a wall behind it, actually. The new walls are kind of tall. Yeah, it's a little taller than this. Probably put a little further back, too. Nope. Can't. It's going to have to be close. This is a fun challenge. Making a Tatooine build on Frosted Heights. So close. I can see a tiny, tiny bit of that blue tree still. The trees in the back will be tricky because we don't have as many tall backdrop items that are going to cover that portion there. I could do the walls a bit closer. Oh, what about the moisture, the vaporator? Yeah, the vaporator might work there. It is pretty tall, but it's too thin near the top. I don't think it'll block the trees well. Okay. Okay, that can kind of work. And maybe we can block all the trees. Almost. So if we move it a little left. Oh yeah, we're close. We're close. We've almost hidden everything we need to hide here. I'd rather not use the Naboo Villa. Too much green for Tatooine. Okay. Oh, are you serious? Okay. Hopefully going one space left doesn't mess us up too much. Let's see if we've hidden all the Frosted Heights elements. Yep. I can see the tiniest sliver of a Frosted Heights tree here. The tiniest sliver. Yeah, silver tab, but at least they're desert trees. At least they're desert trees. Which still work with the theme. Also, you know, even if you do a Tatooine scene, I don't think it'll be a bad idea to have, like, cactuses and stuff, just because the challenge mentioned, like, cactus blooms. I don't think voters are going to count off if it doesn't feel exactly like Tatooine, but what we want to avoid is, you know, we want to avoid icy trees. You know, the challenge here for me is I wanted to show that you don't need glittering dunes. So if you have the new path, you know, we can build our own desert on any floating island, and that's the premise of what we're working with here. But yeah, every island is going to have, like, floating rocks in the back and floating islands in the back. And you're going to have those kind of trees in glittering dunes as well. So you can use this same trick to hide them. But since this is going to be for my Dreamsnap guide video, the main premise of us using this is I already know there's going to be people that don't have Eternity Isle, and I want to show them that if they do have this new path, they can just make a desert on any floating island. So if I build my Tatooine scene on Frosted Heights, that'll really sell the fact that you can make this believable. And yeah, if you happen to show some of the trees, like Tatooine has no trees, no plants really. So, you know, if you're doing Tatooine, it might be a good idea to not have any of that stuff, but I don't think voters are going to be too hypercritical of that, to be honest. That should be enough. Let's see how our Tatooine scene's looking here on Frosted Heights. Yeah, I'll probably get the new Fennec Fox as well. It looks pretty good. It looks pretty cool. Oh my god, LOTR. Dude, so I play this on... I play Dreamlight Valley on my Steam Deck as well, which is basically playing on a controller. And I also have my controller here. But every time I place Path, I immediately switch to my mouse. Because as you can see, it's so much easier to do. Check it out, guys. We have a little Tatooine build. Can't even tell it's Frosted Heights, really. You can when you turn, but I'll have this pose. Yeah. Very fun, very fun. Oh my god, I can't do sand dunes here. No, the sand dune has snow all over it. Damn it. I can't use sand dunes in my build. Oh, that was gonna be so nice. Now I gotta get extra creative. Damn it. Freaking snow, making this even more challenging than it needs to be. I do really like the pose, though. It's very cute. Definitely want Mike Wazowski. Mike Wazowski is one of the most alien-looking MFers in this game, for sure. So we're going to want to add him. Let's look at other fun Star Wars stuff. And also, let's get a fun sand tornado just because... Can't believe I can't have my sand dunes. That would be nicer closer. Maybe we can just use the edge of it to look like blowing sand. Yeah. Yeah, we can just do something like that. Oh my god, you know what's... These don't even cast shadows? That's so sick. Look at that, there's no shadow from this. That makes this even more useful. You're nice and dusty. Frickin' snow. Man, we really don't have a lot of Star Wars stuff. That's too big. All right, that looks pretty cool on the side. Very dusty. Oh my god. Bro, I could put it... This tornado literally just clips into anything. You can put the tornado on a table? All right, that's... Okay, this is getting silly. So it doesn't clip into just anything, but it does clip into these. And you can put it on a table, apparently. Okay. All right. Nothing says Tatooine like a big old Mickey cloud. I wish R2 would go somewhere, do something. Instead of just sitting there right next to BB-8. This is another reason why I will likely be doing Aladdin and Jasmine. We have really nice tall items for them. Great for filling out the backdrop. And the beauty factor is going to be stronger for sure. I definitely think you can still get 4K with, you know, the Tatooine stuff. But I probably won't be using it for this challenge. I think I could get it to look a lot better in the glittering dunes because we can have a cliff in the backdrop instead. Would be nice if we had like some big cliffs, but they need to give us like big cliffs and mountains that we can place. They've given us waterfalls, but some giant cliffs and mountains would be so cool. I need another good tall element. Something to fill out that skyline, because we're not going to use trees. Honestly, if you did this, if we weren't trying to hide Frosted Heights, you could add things like Eve's ship. There's a lot of cool things, and you can have a cliff fill up the backdrop. But since we're not anywhere where a cliff is going to be, see, that won't work. That's too much green. That definitely makes it a lot more difficult. I could always bring the wall up a lot closer. Yeah, there's not a lot. There's not a lot. Heather said, why aren't you using trees? Because we're building Tatooine. Are you familiar with Star Wars? The challenge I'm doing right now is to make a Tatooine build on Frosted Heights for fun. Essentially, I'm showcasing that you can, without having the Eternity Isle DLC, you can do a Tatooine build this week. So we chose the worst possible floating island on purpose to make this work, which is Frosted Heights. And since we're building Tatooine, it's a desert planet. Tatooine doesn't have... can you get the double sun for this type of build? That would be pretty cool. I mean, if I was facing the sun. But the double sun would be really nice. Because we do have, you know, if that Mickey Cloud would move, we do have a double sun here. And that would be pretty neat. But we'd have to move everything. And also, we can't use this angle on Frosted Heights because then we're going to see the trees. That's the other problem. So even if we did change the angle, we'll have the trees in it. We got to hide those. Miss Spock said Tatooine is an entire planet of just desert. There's no vegetation. Yep. So it won't feel quite like Tatooine if we end up putting plants in here. Though there will probably be plenty of snaps that have, like, you know, Tatooine with plants, I feel. I really am sad that we couldn't add... I'm going to add crates and stuff. Oh, and other market stalls. Yeah, we can add more market stalls. Crates. Okay, okay. Yeah, we're good, we're good. I think I already dropped all my market stalls. Probably don't want the one with the, like, Agrabah rugs on it. Let's go all the way down to the Eternity Isle craftables. Oh, here we go. Yeah, these could work. This could work. This could work. This could work. Dang it, if I can get that behind there, I think that would be able to hide that blue frost tree well. Why is R2 broken? You know, I'm going to take R2 off and attach him to a companion house so he actually tries to exist. Damn it. Turn the wrong way. Okay. Dang it, it's so close to covering that tree. But if I bring it any further right... Okay, what if I go a little left with this, a little left with this, actually one more. There we go. We managed to hide the blue tree. Oh my god, now we can see the tree over here. Okay, alright, I'm gonna crash out. Could just bring this closer, I guess. There we go. I don't see any blue. Frosted stuff. I definitely think the Agora build is going to have a better beauty factor than a Tatooine build, but it's fun. Yeah, we get like Mike Wazowski in here. Let's move the moisture collector over here a bit so we can see that doorway. That looks pretty good. I just thought of something. I hope the moon... Oh my god, the moon had to be right there. I was going to say, it could be pretty cool to do this with the sky in the back. Just doing the stars. But I wouldn't want the giant moon. Because Tatooine doesn't really have a giant moon, but... that would have been one fun way to do it. But yeah, the moon's always going to be opposite side of the sunset, unfortunately. That'd have been a cool way to fill out the sky. Just getting some stars in the night sky, since we're on Tatooine. Could be very cool. Well, I'll say this, SG, you know, when it comes to being, you know, when it comes to getting 4K, you know, I tell people every once in a while oh, these, you know, the rocks might be a fun way to do something in the sky. There's going to be occasions, if you usually get 4K, there's likely going to be occasions where you don't, you know. But if you're consistently not getting 4K, it's probably not just luck. There's a good chance that you have some room for improvement because a lot of people are getting very good at snaps. So I would be very, you know, now I'm not saying you're bad at snaps or anything, but a lot of people are getting very, very good is my point. So, you know, when it comes to me saying that some weeks you're going to get unlucky, that's more in reference to if you're on a 7-week 4K streak and then all of a sudden you get 1200, you know, it's best not to beat yourself up over it because that is going to happen. But if you're very consistently falling short of 4K, then that's like saying the only reason I've been getting 4K so much is because I'm getting very lucky. And that's not the case. Eventually, I will get unlucky. And some weeks, I will get very lucky. But on weeks where my luck is just kind of average, I'm still going to land in 4K. Which is most of the time. So, I would be... You know, look into ways you can improve. You know, consider... And again, maybe you were getting 4K consistently in the past. So you already likely have what it takes to get 4K. It's just that it's getting more competitive. More and they shrunk the bracket. So the bracket to get 4K is a lot smaller than it used to be. People that are getting 2,500 in the past, that would have been 4,000. People that are getting 1,500 in the past, that would have been 2,500. So Gameloft has quietly shrunk down the bracket size for the results, you know, that you're going to be able to get. And at the same time, more and more people are becoming competitive in Dreamsnaps because once you're far along in Dreamlight Valley, like once you've made a lot of progress in this game, it's kind of the only thing to do. It's the only fun thing to do each week. And as people like finish all their quests and as people, you know, unlock all their items, eventually they will fall back on Dreamsnaps and they'll make Dreamsnaps their primary focus. And more people are doing that each week now. And as that number increases, Dreamsnaps will only increase in its competitiveness and in that competitive nature. So if you're consistently falling short of 4K, my advice is to look at some of the very strong 4K snaps and look at what they're doing. Look at players who are consistently getting 4K and ask yourself what you can do to improve and get more consistent results. You know, there is a chaotic element with voting that you can't really control. And some weeks you are going to have the unfortunate luck of popping up against really good snaps. but that's not likely the case. Like, you know, if it's like 4 weeks in a row, then things like theme and, you know, theme and beauty are the two major concepts that you need to be, you know, very, very, very cautious of when creating your snaps. And you can make a beautiful snap. I mean, even getting 1,500 is still very good. You know, you outranked like 120,000 players if you get 1,500. So it shouldn't feel like a failure. But getting 4K means you outranked almost everybody, with the exception of a few thousand. So it's just, it's hard. It's hard to get 4K consistently now for the most part. I wish I was you, Ghost Girl. You said you haven't had any rain since the update. I wish that would happen for me. It's literally raining every single time I load into this game, and I hate it. The rain in this game is so ugly, dude. If they would do something cool, like make rainbows happen after it rained or something, like just do something to make rain kind of worth it, but the way the water splashes looks so phony in 2D, and the rain itself, like, it has absolutely no beauty factor. Some people like it. I hate it. I really want them to give us a way to turn the rain off completely. Maybe one day. At least let me turn it off in the sense to where, you know, just visually, you know. Like, I understand why we can't activate it at will, because then we can just water all of our crops that way. So, like, I mean, I get it, but, you know, I just hate the way it looks. Glitz, I actually don't think Star Wars is the best route for this. I'm only making this because for my YouTube videos each week, I make examples for different options. I think Aladdin and Jasmine, like an Agrabah build, is much better. I think it's the way better option in terms of beauty. Because again, theme and beauty, I think, are the two major components when it comes to Dreamsnap performance. I've already built the Agrabah scene. The reason we're actually doing a special challenge here where I'm building my Tatooine scene on the Frosted Heights island just to show that you can do this on any island for people that don't have Eternity Isle. But yeah, I likely will not be doing Star Wars for this week. We'll just get a much better beauty factor if we embrace like a traditional desert. So I think I'd much rather do Aladdin and Jasmine personally. It's not a Star Wars challenge, though. Again, when it comes to any Dreamsnap challenge, if you're hoping to get 4K, there are two things you need to be conscious of. Two primary things that are the most important, because this is how you get votes. You need theme and beauty. So you need to have the theme, but not just the theme. You can't just do the theme and say, okay, I'm going to get 4K. You need to do the theme and make a photo capable of beating most of what it pops up against. And that includes other beautiful photos. So you really need to pump up that beauty factor. Now, if we read the challenge description, it's called Desert Haven. And it says, dress and decorate to channel the wonders of the desert. Golden dunes, cactus flowers, blue skies. Well, for one, Tatooine doesn't have cactus flowers. It doesn't have cacti. And number two, there's way better looking desert stuff in the Aladdin and Jasmine collection. I still think you can definitely get 4K with a Tatooine snap for sure. It's really fun. It's playful. It's different. You know, yippee. But I probably won't be doing this week because I love making really, really beautiful snaps. And I'm not going to get the same beauty element out of this that I'm going to get out of Aladdin and Jasmine and the Agrabah Palace walls and the palace build. It just looks a lot better than this. It's cool, though. It's fun to build. And I like to do build examples for more than one option, because not everybody's going to have this stuff. And also, not everybody's going to have glittering dunes. So maybe they will want to use this stuff instead of going with a glittering dunes build. Or maybe they'll want to mix it, you know, whatever they want to do. But yeah, you, by no stretch of the imagination, do you actually need the Star Wars stuff to do well this week? I probably won't use a single thing from the Star Wars build. But I will do an example with it. And I do think it could do well. It's pretty neat, you know. It's a neat setup. Not my first choice, though. This could cover some of the sky. No, not like that. That's too invasive. Yeah, let's move that left a little bit. I wish we could see the Tatooine house a little better, though. Or... let's move this out of the way real quick. Move this out of the way. Why don't we have a taller arch I can use here? I really don't like doing shots like this, where the foreground element is that invasive. I would love to have the house closer here. But I need everything close in to block the snowy trees. This will be a lot easier if I wasn't doing it here. I love the position of the speeder. Not really loving the position of the... hang on, what trees do we have back there? Yeah, they are kind of tall. Okay, I like that more. Having that a little further away. Now, the trick is, you know, we don't want that wall just kind of cutting off there. But what we can do is put, like... Actually, I might still be able to get the corner piece there with how far back we moved it. I don't know. Probably not. Probably not. Oh, no similar items, so the corner piece is not similar to the walls. This game is so dumb. Give me that. Yeah, that won't work. So, to have the wall abruptly in, we would need one of these up close. So we can't see the wall cut off. And then we would need more walls in the back. So we would need to move over the vaporator a little bit. Probably a little more. Yeah, there we go. Now we don't see the wall cut off, and we can have another wall back here. And that'll also create a little Tatooine alleyway. That's better. Gives us a bit more depth in the shot. And I would love to feature, you know, I know there's a tree on the left that we can see right here. But I want to feature this Tatooine market better. But now that we've opened up some space in the shot, I might just be able to put that way closer to the frame since the house is further away. Yeah, we can move that left a little. I really wish they didn't destroy Vitalis lanterns in this update. It'd been really cool to have Vitalis lanterns back in this alleyway. That little alcove we made. That'd have been nice. Okay, we really don't want to see fresh veggies. I don't think there's watermelons on Tatooine. So yeah, let's actually... Where's that one we were... Oh, don't tell me I actually put it away. Dang it. snowing on Tatooine. My goodness, you guys, look at that. Never thought I'd see the day. R.I.P. Vitalis Lanterns. Yeah, indeed. Nanda, you didn't know about the Vitalis Lanterns? They ruined them. They don't cast light anymore. You know, when you used them on floating islands, they would make the walls glow, the ground around them would glow. It's ash. It's a life day miracle. That's right. That's right. Look at that. I'm going to submit this as my dream snap just for fun. BB-8's lighter doesn't work in the snow, apparently. It's the wonders of the desert. There he goes. All right, guys, I'm done with my dream snap. Look at that. Beautiful. Nothing says Tatooine like a nice snowy day. I'm going to save this. Yeah, unfortunately, the Tatooine stuff doesn't have a great beauty factor at all. I feel like this is only going to be popular with big Star Wars fans, and I feel like a lot of the Aladdin Jasmine builds are going to out-beauty them. But, you know, if a Star Wars fan sees it, I think they would like it. We can definitely get some fun details in here, though. I mean, we can maybe beautify it a little bit. Dinosaur egg for sale. Too much green. Let's add the swirling snow. I don't get the real Tatooine vibes going. You know, I could do wood beams. I just thought about that to fill in the sky a bit. I should buy more of these. Oh, I can't buy anything else today. I'm at my 1,000 limit. Okay, maybe I have the other ones. But yeah, that'll be a good way to fill in the sky a little bit. I don't have the other one. But I can make it look like I'm coming out of a shop on Tatooine, you know? Hopping on my speeder. Getting on with my day. Where are the center beams here that I have? Oh, do I not have the square one? Oh, well. I have this one. Dang, I need the other one. Alright, it'd have to be a lot closer in here. Maybe not this far in, but we'll at least see how it looks here. No, we still can't even see it. Okay. Come on, dude. It's still not even visible? Are we serious? It's barely visible. It's way too close to that one now. I might just have to leave this guy open on this example. Could still do the swirling rocks and whatnot. Let's just add details. For the back alley, definitely going to have like some more shops back here. The only organization to items really is tags, you know. And sometimes the tags like don't even make sense. I wish Rapunzel would get the heck out of here. All right, we need a foreground element on the right-hand side here, right about here. Not that. That's ugly. I don't like that. I hate it. What about flipped around? Nah, something lower. My cat's screaming. It is 8 o'clock, yeah, about that time. This snow is really throwing me off. You can let him in here. He's going to keep screaming otherwise. Yeah, I was saying you can let him in here. Maybe he's gonna keep screaming. Mr. Needy. What are you doing? Listen to this. S. Glit says, can we do something that isn't Aladdin or Star Wars and get 600? The answer you seek, Glitz, is in the description. So, the challenge this week is not to build an Aladdin scene. It is not to build a Star Wars scene. It is to build a desert scene. So if you're ever curious about what you can do for the theme, anything that delivers the theme. So again, the two things you need to do to get 4K, the two big things, is theme and beauty. Now, there are a lot of ways to do a theme. Yeah, Dekai said, I'm just doing a desert oasis. Yeah, great call. You know, the Oasis StarPath has some amazing items. Good beauty factor, beautiful items. I can't make, you know, as somebody that makes Dreamsnap tips videos, I literally cannot make an example scene of every different way you can do a challenge because there are like pretty much infinite ways to approach a challenge. So when I say I'm making an example Star Wars scene and an example Aladdin scene, that by no way means that that's what you have to do for the theme. This is just to give people ideas and concepts of how to approach the challenge. That's it. That's it. You absolutely do not have to take those paths. So, yeah, you know, it's always in the theme, my friend. You just got to read the theme. Desert Haven. If you want to get 4K, you need to dress and decorate to channel the wonders of the deserts. It provides some examples. Golden dunes, cactus flowers, blue skies. Whether it's sunset, midnight, or noon. So it also tells you any time of day is fine. There's beauty in the swirling sands. So this theme is just all about the desert. It can be a Tatooine desert. It can be an Agrabah desert. It can be an Oasis desert. It could just be a desert. But anybody can go to the glittering dunes and take a picture. Anybody can take a picture in a desert. So the key is to showcase the desert and make a beautiful photo showcasing the desert. Dress and decorate to channel the wonders of the desert. So the challenge does not mention Aladdin. It does not mention Star Wars. This is not Tatooine Haven. This is not Agrabah Haven. It's just Desert Haven. So, yeah, you know, there's a lot of different ways you can approach the challenge. You can highlight Gaston, because we found him in the desert. You can do a build with his ship. You can highlight the Cave of Wonders. You can do an Agrabah build. You can use items from the Oasis StarPath. You can do a great many things. But if you want to get good results, if you want to get more than 600 or 900 moonstones, ultimately you have to make a photo beautiful enough to beat what it pops up against, because that's what most people are voting for. People aren't choosing which photo to vote for simply based off of like what you did. You know, it's not the concept that matters as much. It's how good the photo is. So a Star Wars photo can beat an Agrabah photo. An Agrabah photo can beat a Star Wars photo. An Oasis photo can beat both. And vice versa. When people are voting, they are choosing which picture to vote for, not based off of just your concept. They're giving you their vote based on how well you did the theme and how good your picture looks. At the end of the day, every single Dreamsnap challenge is a photo challenge. It's all about making the best picture that you can. Just doing the theme is not enough to get 4K most of the time. If you get lucky and you pop up against random selfies, yeah, you can get 4K from doing the theme. Got to get really lucky, though, and that's pretty rare, so it's not going to happen often. Just like it's, you know, not always going to happen often to where you make a really good photo and you miss out on 4K, but that can happen as well. But yeah, my friend, just do whatever you think would be easiest to make beautiful. You know, that's what every Dreamsnap challenge is at its core. Every single Dreamsnap challenge is a photo challenge, and it's all about making a better photo than what you pop up against. If you can make a better photo than the competition, you'll win the vote. Sure, there are always going to be some voters out there that are like, I'm a huge fan of Star Wars, and I'm going to vote for anything I see that's Star Wars because I love it. But most voters aren't like that. Most voters are going to make their decision as far as what they're going to vote for simply based off of what they think looks better. And that has been, hey, don't bite me, you little bastard. I love you, but you can't chomp. Come here. I'm going to have to sit on my legs because my cat's going to bite me. He is very obsessed with me. So he likes... Am I delusional, or did the top prize used to be 10K, or did it change? Was it ankle bites? Yeah, he got me. He got me. I got to sit on my legs now. I just gave him butt pats. Yeah, I think you made him excited. He came in here and chopped me as soon as you gave him butt pats. He was like, yeah, I'm going to go get dad now. He came in here and munched on me. A little menace. But yeah, ultimately, that's the key. Is beauty. I wish Rapunzel would go somewhere. I mean, I'd probably just get rid of her. Oh, the snow snot. Hey, Horty. I'm going to get the spray bottle. No bites. I allowed you in here. I expect behavior. Don't bite me. All right, I got to sit on my legs now. I got to put my knees up. I got a little shark circling me. Want a little menace. You know, I think this is pretty decent little Tatooine build. But, you know, this is why the Tatooine builds are cool. They're unique. It's going to be a pretty fun thing to do. It's a fun concept. But the downside to doing Tatooine is that this really lacks in the beauty department. You can't really have trees if you want to make a convincing Tatooine. Tatooine doesn't have any vegetation. We barely have any Tatooine items. We have the sand, we have the marketplace, and we have the house, and the walls, and the speedster. So not a lot of good options there. Oh, yeah, and the, little evaporator thingy here. There are some fun details we can put in. I think that's all we got to do now is just add some little items around our Tatooine shop area here. But yeah, overall, it's compared to like an Oasis build or an Aladdin and Jasmine like Agrabah build, I think the beauty factor is going to be a lot higher with a build like that. Unless you break away from a traditional Tatooine, you can always add trees and cactuses if you really want to. You know, you can break the rules, just make something that looks cool. You know, that's up to you. That's up to you. I'm going to hang these here and see if they... Oh, what if I hung them on the other side? Like they're coming off of a market. Or maybe moved them. Can we see those? That's a cool way to add to the sky. He craves violence. He always craves violence. He's a little menace. So yeah, we don't have that many good Tatooine items. And the ones we do have, they don't have a great beauty factor. So I think if you want to do well with if you want to do good with a Tatooine build, I think the trick is going to be probably just making it realistic and fun. You know, because we've never really seen builds like this before. So at least it'll be something fun and unique. So I think that'll be the route to take with Tatooine. But I think it's going to be, you know, it's going to be a challenge. I'll probably take the safer route and do, you know, prioritize something that has a good beauty factor. I wouldn't mind doing Tatooine, though. It's fun. Let's look at some miscellaneous items. We could do these paths. Yo, Beyblade, thank you for the reset, my friend. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, that adds some fun texture. I mean, you don't really need it, though. It's not something that's really there. I don't know. We'll keep that in mind. Might be more fun to have him go to the alleyway back here. And then maybe have that connect to the house. That way it looks like the speedster's on the road. I definitely want to bring in Mike Wazowski as an alien, for sure. Oh, a little model ship. I don't even think you'll notice that, but I'm going to put it over there. I don't know if we'll see the aliens, but I put them there anyway. Get some goods for sale. Why does it always want to jump up onto the counter? I hate that. All right, I think we've got enough details now. Yeah, the left canister can be like a fuel rod or something. Oh, I can't put... Oh, man. I was going to say it'd be cool to have like a little sandworm coming up, but can't do that. That could have been cool. We can do more sandbags. Let's put a couple sandbags back here. All right, let's see how we're looking. Hey, buddy. Are you being a menace? Are you being good? Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. All right. Don't worry, Horty. I'm almost done. Really, SG, you know, Glitz, whatever you choose to do, I would just, you know, prioritize whatever you think you can get the best beauty element out of. Like, whatever choice you think will lead to a better photo overall. You know, whatever you think the best photo is going to be, that's what I would lean towards. We definitely need something right here, since BB-8 pushes us over. Maybe Mike Wazowski can be right there, actually. Yeah, let's go grab Mike, and I think we're done with this example. And I'm pretty happy with it, you know, considering we built it on Frosted Heights. That turned out decent. I might even be able to bring him right in. Let's see if we can. Nope, of course, he's busy. Oh, no, he is here. Oh, my God, he's in his stupid dream style. Oh, my God, bro. Okay. Gotta get him out of that now. I don't know where he went. We're just going to go back to the floating island. He'll show up. Vortex, is it really did come out cool? Yeah, you know, it turned out all right. It turned out all right. I mean, it's not my favorite build because I really dislike having too much exposed sky. But the challenge did mention blue sky, so, like, you know, having some blue sky I don't think is the... Bro, where's Mike? He was literally here, and then I leave to change his dream style, and now he's not here? I don't understand. Let's go in a house and come back out. Maybe he'll show up. Okay, this game is stupid. I just want to be done. I gotta find Mike, though. What a pain, bro. What a pain. All right, let's see where he went. Mike. Are you in one of the shops? What are you doing? Okay. Can I summon you? Did he pop up on any wells? Oh, he is in Shea Remy, of course. How did he pop up in the first place then? Oh, it's because I went to the floating island before the hour change, so it was still running off the old hour. And then when we changed his Dreamsnap, it reset to the current hour. Of course, of course. Why didn't I consider that? Genius design by Gameloft, by the way. Okay, let's go get him. Too bad Stitch is in here, too. Stitch will be kind of cool to use. Mike is definitely the most alien-looking, though. I mean, Stitch is also an alien. Stitch is technically more of an alien than Mike, but Mike looks like more of an alien than Stitch. Then again, like, what does an alien look like? I've never met one. You've never met one. We just, you know, we just have our assumptions, I guess. Okay. Back to the Frosted Island. I can't believe we built this on the Frosted Island. That's so funny. It was a very odd choice. I wonder if we can have like a... Hang on. There is one thing I want to check. For a background item. Nah, the windows make it look too human. But what if I put it way on the edge and we just got like the edge of it? I think that's too far on the edge, but that's okay. Where's Mike? There he is. Come on, Mikey boy. Okay, that's not too bad, actually. Yeah, it could be like the Hutt's Palace back there or something. I don't know. Kind of works. It'd actually look even better on this side because I think we wouldn't see as much. And the windows don't light up on this side. Okay, I gotta move it way over. But it does give some good depth in the height here. It might be better without it. Yeah, it's a bit too tall of a building for Tatooine. There's not really any good tall structures for this. All right, Mike, come on down. We're going to have you right here next to me. I don't want you pulling out your microphone. So we're going to keep you hanging out. Let me pivot. Turn. BB-8. Pause with the flame. Flame, okay. Focus. Let's move Mike back a little. Yeah, and I think if we got some swirling sand in here, it'd look pretty cool. I think I was a little closer up before. His lighter goes out eventually, though. We gotta get him again. Yeah, not bad. I do think some added texture of a path coming down this way wouldn't be bad either, though. We'll connect a path to the house here. Come a little closer. My character lighting is broken. I hate this game. I love this game, but I also hate this game. So I'd have to restart to get character lighting back. Oh well. I guess we won't worry about the shadow on Mike for now. That's stupid. Another stupid thing. Stupid game. And with Mike there, I think we should definitely move the laugh canister over so we can see it still, because that's a fun detail. I do like that detail. Let's put that right here. And let's see if there's any like baskets or anything that I can consider. Yeah, there we go. We'll put one of these like right here. Put one of these here beside it. And it just teleports away every time. Okay, all right, well, there we go. And we can move Mike up a little bit more. And for our final detail, I think R2 will be attracted to the food bowl. I'm pretty sure all pets are. And I'm going to try to get him to come over to this side of the speeder. Okay, gotta go around the long way. All right, R2-D2. Might have to put him over here. When I attach him to me, he just like sits there. Oh, okay, he's gonna hump it. He's gonna sit there and hump it over and over because he can't get around it. The pets in this game are dumb. Okay, now he should be able to touch it and then move away from it. He's still just gonna hump it? Are you serious? Bro, what are you doing? Little idiot. Might just have to trap R2. My cat's in front of the camera. Horty, move back. Move back. Come here. Come over here. Here's your chair, buddy. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. I can still see a tree right here. Pretty fun, though. I don't think R2 can get to the bowl. Let's see if we can get some dust swirling into our photo as well. We have to move that back a little bit more. Yeah, R2 wants to get through, but he can't. It's okay, Horty. I'm almost done. Yeah, it turned out pretty good. Might just put this here to block that tree. Wait, it can... Oh, it can go on the wall? That's cool. Or maybe I can just move the house over a little bit. Oh, that would be a little tricky. There we go. I think I fixed it. Yeah, for the most part. We can also try Mike back here. Oh, he won't fit. Can I squeeze him in there? Boop. There we go. He'll probably try to follow me. Yep. As soon as I did that. Well, maybe we can lure him over here with the camera. Dang it. Oh well, we already got our example photo. It's all good. overall, pretty fun, pretty fun. I think it's ready for tomorrow. Good enough, good enough. So we got our little Tatooine build. I am noticing with where the foreground is, this actually has to come up a little bit to be noticeable. I know, buddy. I'm coming, I'm coming. I was gonna say that guy could be a little alien. There we go. Now we got some more foreground elements. There's one last little spot. I want something right here. I could do another cart. And we can bring that over a little bit. There we go. Okay. Perfect. All right. Little tree park could pass for smoke. Yeah, it could. It's tiny. It's tiny. I mean, we hid the environment pretty well. And that was the goal. So, you know, anybody that doesn't have the glittering dunes will show that, you know, with this Tatooine set, you can build it anywhere. And we'll also showcase that you can build on Dazzle Beach. And for those of you that got here a little late and didn't see the other build we were working on, we have our Agrabah scene over here. It's not finished yet. Oh, crap. The houses on Tatooine. I'll have to move the houses back and forth. We made our own little Agrabah palace here. think I turned the wrong way. Yeah, I gotta go this way with Pluto. And for this one, I just gotta add details to the left and right. And we'll put some glowing items in the pond. Might do some kind of pathing around it. But we have our Agrabah Palace in the back. And then I can also do desert trees behind that if I wanted to fill in the skyline a bit. So that's how this one looks. And that's what I was meaning with like the beauty factor. Of course, I can't fix my character lighting because that's busted right now. But we would up the character lighting since I'm facing away from the sun. Nice little tea set to interact with here. Good beauty factor with the pond. Pretty little desert build. Cactus blooms. And that's another thing, you know, with Tatooine that's tricky. Since the challenge mentions golden dunes, cactus flowers, you know, there's like no vegetation on Tatooine. You could add some just for fun, I guess. But I'd rather create a build where those things make more sense. You can make Tatooine look pretty good, though. I think Tatooine will still get votes just because it's a cool concept. Oh, you can put that on the dune? That's kind of cool. Oh, it just erased the dune. Oh, okay. All right. Well, yeah, okay. Whatever you say. Yeah, I'll probably use the smaller sand swirls. Not sure where I'd put them, though. They're very obstructive. Maybe they'd be best, like, a lot further away. I don't know. I don't even know if I'll use them. They're neat, but I feel like they're not the best for the beauty factor. Maybe on the edge of the frames. I'll have them on the edge of the frames. I feel like that's probably the best way to use those. Yeah, and then we can bring it up a little bit more. I could probably move that sand swirl over a little bit more if I wanted to. Yeah, this will be pretty cool looking. Let's save it for now so I know what I'm working with. All right. Powder NorCal says I use 4 islands to store flowers, drop to the ground, 75% full islands because I thought people were doing this. My Dreamlight Valley now won't allow me to drop crafting resources all week. I might have to hit a soft maximum for items because I still can't drop crafting resources. I don't know. I've never heard of anybody trying that, but, you know, I just put my flowers in chests. And I keep my floating islands 100% open because I'm a very Dreamsnap-centric player. Like, that's the main thing I do with this game is make Dreamsnaps. So, I don't like my storage being on floating islands because I like to keep every island open for potential dream snaps. But you definitely don't have to do that. You can use the floating islands for whatever you want. Yeah, I like the swirling sand on the side. That looks pretty cool. We would probably want to make it a bit more visible, though, by going with like a medium vignette instead of a full. There we go. Now we can see that swirling sand a bit better on the edge. I'll save that one. All right. Well, there we go, guys. That'll be it for today. Another long stream, but at least I'm set up for tomorrow's video. That was the main goal. Make sure that I can get my video out before I go live. We can't pin bundles in the premium shop. We can't? Oh, bundles? It depends. Some of them can be pinned, for sure. You know. Miss Box said, I also use chests for everything for storage. Yeah, chests make sense because you can craft directly from chests. And flowers are used in a lot of crafting. So if you drop all your flowers, then they're not going to be in chests and you won't be able to craft things with them unless you go pick them up. Maybe you can just keep some of them in chests. Sorry, Powder NorCal. The word limit is banned. As a joke. Don't worry, you're not actually in trouble. It's literally just a joke. You get a 1-second timeout for saying the L word. You should have the Seaside Getaway Bundle at minus 10% off pinned. Oh, you have the Seaside Bundle? Okay. Yeah, I know some can be. Certain bundles, like, I think seasonal bundles, like the Dream Castle Bundle, you might not be able to pin that. I mean, I can show you right now, Breezy, but there's all kinds of bundles that come to the shop that I've been able to pin. It's just like the only limit would be like seasonal bundles. But for example, you know, like the Tatooine set is a bundle. A lot of things that come to the shop are the bundle. The tulips were a bundle. So, like, the tulips that came to the shop last week, you get to pin those. Those are a bundle. There's not much I think I already have everything, though, so I probably won't be able to pin anything. But I've always been able to pin, you know, like, this is technically a bundle. Because you're getting all these items. This would be a bundle. You know, Naboo Interior Bundle. Naboo Villa Bundle. Yeah, I don't have any bundles I can pin. Now, this Deluxe Springtime Bundle, I don't think you can pin this. Because this is a seasonal bundle. So it's only going to be here for the season. But it'll be here the entire time. Maybe you guys can test it if there's something in the shop you don't have. But yeah, I'm pretty sure you can pin like this furniture bundle if you wanted to. The Star Wars stuff might be different though. I don't know. Yeah, people keep getting hit by the chat bot. The funny thing is, you can spell limit differently, and you might get away with it, but the chatbot is programmed to delete comments with the word limit in about 50 different variations. Like if you replace the I's with ones, I think that still counts. LOTR says you can pin limited time ones, but the deal goes away next week. Oh, I see, I see. So basically, if something's 10% off, like this, I could pin this. I could still buy this item, but the 10% off is just for the week. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I think the only thing you... I don't think you can pin these. I don't think you can pin the seasonal bundles that come with, like, the Scrooge Shop variant and stuff. I could be wrong, but I don't think you can pin those. But as far as any, you know, all the bundles I'm aware of with, like, furniture sets and stuff, I think we've been able to pin. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to buy any other Dream Castles ever, because I don't need any other ones. This one's perfect for my valley, so I'm just going to save my moonstones for now on. Like, I don't see why I would ever need another Dream Castle or Plaza, because this is perfect for mine. And I don't really use those in Dreamsnaps, because I like to make my Dreamsnaps on floating islands, so I probably won't ever do that. I have an extension on my Chrome that allows me to see deleted messages. I like it. Ooh, nice. I'm the Dreamsnaps assistant and you're the limit whisperer. Yeah, mods can get away with it. Mods can say the L word because the chatbot doesn't come after them. You guys have the same rank as the chatbot. He can't hurt you. Only I can hurt you. All right, well, I better head off because I got a video to make tomorrow. Keep an eye out on YouTube. We'll get that out for you guys. And yeah, we'll probably work on a bit of Pokopia tomorrow. Might start with Dreamlight Valley. We'll see. We'll figure out what to do. But yeah, thank you for being here today, you guys. Appreciate goal number 157. Beautiful, beautiful. And yeah, thanks for hanging around as we worked on Tatooine. Interesting. All right, I'll see you guys on the morrow. As always, stay safe, stay awesome, and stay healthy. Thank you for being here, and thanks for sticking around late. I know that was a late one, but we did get a lot done, so yippee. All right, I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Take care. Ta-ta for now. Bye-bye.